nature unprotected by conclude. Although COVID-19 pandemic brought challenges and restrictions to natural action, but it has also strengthened our recognition of our shared towards the future of this planet and the fate of future generations. We hope that our summit today understanding of the magnitude of this responsibility and results in clear outcomes that reflect our political will, our collective political, to improve the current status quo. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt for his statement. I now invite delegations to hear the pre-recorded statement from the President of the People's Republic of China and the host of the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, His Excellency Xi Jinping. Please play the video.
Mr. President, colleagues, at a special moment as the United Nations marks the 75th anniversary of its founding, and countries around the world strive to emerge from COVID-19 and promote economic recovery, the UN Summit on Biodiversity has both practical and far-reaching significance. The 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, COP15, will be hosted by China next year in the city of Kunming. COP opportunity for the parties to adopt new strategies for global biodiversity governance. At present, there is an acceleration of the global extinction of species. The loss of biodiversity and the degradation of the ecosystem pose a major risk to human survival and development. It falls to all of us to act together and urgently turn the Earth into a beautiful homeland for all creatures to live in harmony. To that end, I would like to make the following proposals. First, we need to adhere to ecological civilization and increase the drive for building a beautiful world. Biodiversity affects the well-being of humanity. A sound ecosystem is essential for the prosperity of civilization. We need to respect nature, follow its laws, and protect it. We need to find a way for man and nature to live in harmony and balance and coordinate economic development and ecological protection. Second, we need to uphold and build synergy for global governance on the environment. Faced with the risks and challenges to the environment worldwide, countries share a common stake as passengers in the same boat and form a community with a shared future. To enhance global governance on the environment, we must firmly safeguard the UN-centered international system and uphold the sanctity and authority of international rules. Third, we need to continue with green development and increase the potential for high-quality economic recovery after COVID-19. Biodiversity is an important basis, a goal, and the means for achieving sustainable development. Recognizing that our solutions are in nature, we could strive to find development opportunities while preserving nature and achieve win-win in both ecological conservation and high-quality development. Fourth, we need to heighten our sense of responsibility and strengthen the power of action to tackle challenges to the environment. We need to uphold the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, earnestly fulfill our commitments, focus on our targets, and effectively reverse biodiversity loss. Mr. President, as the host country of COP15, China is happy to share with all parties its experience of biodiversity governance. China has pursued development under the vision of building an ecological civilization. China has embodied ecological progress in every dimension and phase of its economic and social development. The goal is to seek a kind of modernization that promotes harmonious coexistence of man and nature. China has rolled out strong policies and actions. China has stepped up national legislation for preserving biodiversity and is drawing red lines for protecting the ecosystems. We have effected a national park system, carried out major biodiversity conservation projects, and made coordinated efforts to advance biodiversity governance. China has taken an active part in global environmental governance. China takes seriously its obligations under environment-related treaties, including on climate change and biodiversity. We have hit ahead of schedule the targets set for 2020 for tackling climate change. Guided by the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind, China will continue to make extraordinary efforts to scale up its nationally determined contributions. China will adopt even more forceful policies and measures and strive to peak carbon dioxide emissions before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2060, thus making greater efforts and contributions towards meeting the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, as the saying goes, little by little, grains of soil pile up to make a mountain, and drops of water converge to form a river. To enhance biodiversity conservation requires sustained efforts by all parties. I want to welcome you to Kunming, the beautiful spring city next year, to discuss and draw up plans for protecting global biodiversity and building a beautiful world with concerted efforts.
I thank the President of the People's Republic of China for his statement. The Secretary General must leave for a previous commitment, but I thank him for his attendance this morning. Distinguished participants, let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this virtual live discussion, which will be moderated by Mr. Achim Steiner, the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. Mr. Steiner, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity to introduce three of the world's foremost leaders in the field of biodiversity, three women, three voices that speak both to the science and to the reality of biodiversity in the year 2020. As this is a biodiversity summit, many people will be forgiven to expect essentially a discussion about animals, plants, species, ecosystems. Yet I would venture to say what we will hear in a moment has as much to do with nature as it has to do with people, people's dependence on nature, people's inability to see the complexity of nature, people's blindness, sometimes greed and ignorance, and also the blind spot, the almost planetary blind spot of our economies and of economics for so long, to recognize the value of ecosystem services. But it also has to do a lot with people because of the dedication of indigenous peoples, of communities, of conservationists, of defenders of the environment, who so often have been at the forefront of trying to help us understand, to see and to recognize that if we're not careful, what our generation will do is really to just become more and more the equivalent of librarians of extinction. Because that is the story of biodiversity in the 20th century. As humanity has thrived in numbers, in terms of age, in terms of wealth, nature has gone the opposite direction. It's a fatal relationship if you cannot change it. And it is remarkable that today, I think for the first time since the Earth Summit in 1992, have we seen biodiversity move to the center stage of the United Nations, with literally dozens of heads of states of government, well over 100 countries participating. And it is against this backdrop that I also speak to the people of the world who are following these deliberations. Yes, words are not yet actions, but often from the kinds of actions that people have shown us, we can develop the approaches and ideas that we need. It is now my pleasure to, first of all, introduce Ana Maria Salgar, who is the chair of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, probably one of the longest, least wieldy titles. If there's another shortcut to it. Ana Maria, we have two sets of questions for each of you. So IPBES broke the news to the world that 1 million species of plants and animals now face extinction, many within decades. Apart from the obvious sadness about losing so many of the species with whom we share the planet, what does science tell us what this means for our efforts to achieve the SDGs and for our future, people and nature? Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Clearly, human life on Earth is not only a terrible news, but is ethically and morally wrong, totally wrong. But what does this mean for us? The IPBES global assessment showed that we have lost over this short period of 50 years, 14 out of the 18 contributions that nature provides to people and make lives on our planet possible. So, for example, we have lost regulating contributions such as pollination or the capacity of nature to regulate climate or air quality. And also we have lost non-material contributions that are truly important for our cultural identity and our sense of belonging. And only material contributions have increased. And with this, we mean the production of food or fiber or energy. But the question is, why should we care? And the IPBES global assessment showed that the negative trends of biodiversity and in nature implies a lot of things, but I want to highlight two. One is that we are not going to achieve the Aichi biodiversity targets in 2020, and also that was shown by the GBO5 report of the CBD, and also we will not reach the major sustainable development goals by 2030, especially those related to hunger, poverty, climate, water, health, cities, land, and oceans. So we need to listen to the science and take decisions accordingly if we want really to have a better and sustainable future.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. We'll come back to you in a moment. Let me now turn to Elizabeth Mrema, who will lead us onto that road to Kunming that President Xi Jinping just referred to as Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Elizabeth, both personally and most recently through your appointment, you have been following that story of biodiversity through environmental law, through conventions, through the efforts for many years. So let me turn to you. If we are not heading in the right direction, and the Aichi targets clearly have reminded us of that, those targets that had given us a 10-year litmus test and milestone to see if we can turn the corner on loss of biodiversity, are about to be reframed in a post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Very quickly, speak to us, what are the levers which we will need to pull to bring about changes that are necessary for us to achieve these targets that we keep on setting for ourselves? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Akim. Biodiversity clearly has been underlying foundation of human well-being. is also a solution to a number of sustainable development goals that we face. We know 14 of the 17 SDGs depend on biodiversity, from nature-based solutions to climate, to food, water, security, sustainable livelihood. Biodiversity remains the basis for sustainable future and sustainable development. Continued decline of species, degradation of ecosystems, overall loss of biodiversity recorded in all the recent reports continue to prevent, and if continue, will prevent us from achieving the sustainable development goals. Governments also realized when they adopted the 10 years ago global biodiversity goals and targets and aligned them to 2030 agenda. Unfortunately, none of them will be met or achieved at the end of the year. Only few elements will be achieved. These early lockdowns, clearly stories about nature have rebounded, and the truth that lockdown and economic crisis have reduced capacity of government to continue to conserve conservation measures. And we've seen management of forests, wildlife, policy, fisheries have suffered. Over 1.6 million people have lost their jobs, and even more, basically turning to nature as a shock observer. And this, of course, will not guarantee.
On that, can I, because we only have very little time, it's a shock absorber, you just said. Nature is a shock absorber, and that gives me the lead to turn to Inger Andersen, Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme. Inger, through leading the International Union for Conservation of Nature, leading the United Nations Environment Programme, you have watched so many stories of both failure and successes, and that image that Elizabeth just gave us of the shock absorber. What do some of the successes teach us, and what is the role of different actors also? Because we always look to governments only, but it's also local governments, cities, private finance actors, indigenous peoples, local communities, scientists. Where do you think will some of the best solutions, if there are solutions for this dilemma, emerge from?
Oh, there are solutions, all right. First of all, we need to do more. We need to scale up what we're already doing. And I want to acknowledge that many countries are doing something really quite great. Many communities are doing something very great. So conservation works, protection works, integration of nature into cities and infrastructure and agriculture works. So that's the first thing, do more of that. Right now, because of our unsustainable production and consumption, we are driving these three planetary crises. The Secretary General just spoke of them, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and of course the pollution crisis. To turn this around, we need to rethink how we produce and how we consume. And that means dealing with food systems, with infrastructure in cities, with energy systems. And we can. That's the thing. It's entirely in our hands. Second point that we need to do is we need to restore. And the Secretary General spoke about the Great Green Wall in Africa as one of those brilliant examples. Today, 2 billion hectares of degraded land exist, and only 2% of what we could restore is being restored. And here the GF and GCF is doing a great job in funding this, but we need more funding into this space. 3, we clearly need to remove some of these disincentives for taking the right actions. We're putting our subsidies in the wrong place. We should incentivize some of these nature positive things. We should regulate. And I have just 2 more points, and then I will be done in 30 seconds more. So, indigenous peoples are critical, right? You mentioned that they are the stewards of nature. Let's recall that they are the owners or managers of about 1/4 of global land area and 1/3 of protected areas. So safeguarding their rights to their lands is part of safeguarding biodiversity. And finally, a former colleague of mine from IUCN invented the word "at-uppable," and I'm going to quote her on that, because the targets that we will agree in Kunming must be at-uppable. They have to be such that we can have them at the national scale, at the community scale, but at the global scale. We at UNEP issued a gap report, you know very well. Somebody will come out once you add it up and say, we need to stretch a little more and hold up the mirror as we go through this next decade of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Inge. And let me turn back to Anna Maria for a moment. I perhaps for those who may not be familiar with IPBES as much, it is perhaps at the moment the little brother, but will soon be the big sister to the climate IPCC partner. But in 1 minute now to each of you, Anna Maria, give me one example from your recent IPBES report about what works. What did you find that you consider to be transformative? It doesn't have to be the only thing, but one thing that stood out in 1 minute, please.
Okay, in 1 minute is very short time, but first, we have to work collectively, everybody. We have government, individuals, private sector, academia, IPLCs. We need to address the root causes of biodiversity loss. It works. And also, we have to integrate biodiversity in nature in all policies, and we have to work with all sectors, not only environment, but also agriculture, fisheries, finances, etc. We have to work in the scenarios in a win-win situation. For example, the humanity could fit properly with both climate and biodiversity targets achieved through measures easy, such as changing diets, nature restoration, or the use of bioenergy systems that reduce the biodiversity loss or minimize. We have to learn to embrace a different vision of what a good life is. And we have also to practicing justice and inclusion in conservation amongst a lot of things. Are things that really are useful, are in place, and the solutions also are in nature, but as long as we take care of it.
Thank you very much. So Elizabeth, let me turn to you with a reverse question. I mean, often in our global reports, yes, we have not met the Aichi targets, but as you often and we all know, there are some countries that have done extraordinary things. The expansion also of marine protected areas is an extraordinary success story. Hidden in these averages are very many things that have gone right. So why do we not succeed? What are we doing wrong in not achieving these targets? And again, the unfair request in 1 minute, the magic answer.
We need to acknowledge first that there has been some progress, clearly indicating where conservation measures have been put in place. For instance, fisheries management have improved fisheries stock. Deforestation has improved by 30%. Even species have improved. So without these measures, we would have been even in a more worse situation. We need to learn from that and upscale these measures which have been have already been taken. And the statements we have read in the recent days, we clearly indicate actions are taking place at national level in different spheres by different stakeholders. We need to upscale them. We need the whole of society, whole of government, one health approach to dealing with these issues. Nature is not just environment department. It cuts across and no boundaries. Thank you.
Well, maybe one could use that even in the sense that nature is not just an environment department, it is in fact the foundation on which everything else operates. And to you, Inge, a last question. So a healthy planet, biodiversity, vital, we all feel it, we all can sense it, and yet the world has so many other problems. Often we have argued, and there is this prejudice that developing countries have other priorities, they cannot invest in it. What would you say now in the midst of a pandemic also that would change that view that this is somehow a chronology that can, start with the pandemic, deal with poverty, and one day, yes, we'll also get round to saving the planet, having a healthy planet. What is, in essence, in 1 minute, your greatest argument of why this simply doesn't hold anymore?
Well, there was a time when we thought we could pollute our way to wealth. We could extract in it, pave over, etc. We thought that was the answer. If we've learned anything from these 3 planetary crises, it is that is certainly not the answer, and it's definitely not the answer to the SDGs. Certainly, COVID has told us and given us a very rude awakening that if you push nature into a corner, if you illegally trade species, if you extract and cut down tropical forests, we are seeing this rise, and we heard it in the president of the GA's speech, of zoonosis. 75% of new diseases are zoonotic in nature. Now, COVID-19 is particularly efficient. So COVID-19 is here with us now and has exposed to us the risks. But climate change is a lot worse. Biodiversity loss is a lot worse. So let's understand that the monies that we are now putting into our economies, that has to come with green strings attached, because that will enable us to reset our development path, and thereby reach the SDGs, and thereby stabilize planet, biodiversity, and our waste crisis. I think I did it in 1 second. In 1 minute.
You have been wonderful. I do apologize. This is an event where so many leaders will speak. In fact, a record number today, and that is why we were, so to speak, the warm-up act. And I just want to end by thanking Anna Maria, Elizabeth. Mr. President, today is a day that hopefully marks a turning point, yet another one that we need so urgently. And it is a reminder of quite how long we have delayed acting on something that is a silent crisis of extinction, but often summarized for me how it is actually some pollination, something we have taken for granted for millennia. The image that I have seen of trucks of bees.
I don't know what you just said.
Of trucks of bees being driven to fields and provide farmers with pollination services, and people in China in a remote area having to carry pollen by hand and then apply it with a paintbrush to plants in order to provide pollination. We are destroying the very fabric of our planet, but we're also destroying the very functionality of what we just need in order to survive. And I think it is particularly in the United Nations that we also must overcome the sense that there is a separate set of interests between developed and developing countries, including also the misperception that developing nations are not investing and are not leading on conservation of biodiversity. There are many countries on the African continent which today have dedicated more of their national land area already to conservation-led management of land than in many other parts of the world. And I could give you many other examples. It is time that we unite, and it is also through the Leaders' Pledge for Nature that we saw launched just 24 hours ago, that I think we are coming to a point in history and in time where action on biodiversity is part of everything we try to do, part of the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. With that, Mr. President, thank you for providing us with this space, and I hand back to you with appreciation from all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Heads of State and Government, Ministers, Excellencies, I thank the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, as well as the presenters for their participation and their contributions to our very interesting discussion. The Assembly is honoured to now hear a pre-recorded statement by His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles. Please play the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am immensely touched and flattered to have been asked to deliver opening remarks for this critical biodiversity summit. For my part, through my Sustainable Markets Initiative and the Great Reset, I am working with coalitions of the willing to identify and scale up solutions that aim to put nature, people and planet at the heart of our economy. To accelerate these efforts, last week I called for a form of Marshall Plan for nature, people and planet to advance a blue-green recovery and set the course for a sustainable future rooted in a new economic model. In other words, a circular bioeconomy that puts nature and the restoration of natural capital back at the center of the entire process. Today, using the framework of sustainable markets and the circular bioeconomy, I would just like to focus my remarks on some of the solutions and actions that have the potential rapidly to shift our trajectory in a more positive direction. At a global systems level, as we consider the framework for a Marshall-like plan, I believe there are 6 core levers that could accelerate our progress. These include, firstly, implementing effective and equitable carbon pricing, or the polluter pays principle, to accelerate decarbonization by changing the behavior of consumers businesses and investors, while unleashing innovation and generating revenues that can drive the green recovery and employment opportunities. Secondly, and most importantly, accelerating the development, implementation and scaling up of carbon capture, use and storage, both nature-based and engineered, would provide vital assistance in buying us precious time, allowing us rapidly to draw down carbon emissions as we transition towards a net zero global economy. Thirdly, establishing a credible and trusted global carbon offset market to connect well-meaning net zero offset efforts with credible and effective nature-based and engineered solutions to reduce carbon emissions and restore biodiversity. Fourthly, tackling perverse subsidies, such as those for fossil fuels, forestry, fisheries and agriculture, to make biodiversity restoration possible and to transform the lives and livelihoods of millions of small farmers and fishermen, along with rural and coastal communities all around the world. This would further help to maintain food security and employment. Fifthly, creating a recognized global ecosystem services market to incentivize farmers and landowners to increase and measure soil organic carbon, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and improve water quality and water use efficiency.
Carbon. What the fuck are you talking about?
Sixthly, advancing sustainable urbanism to tackle rapid urbanization while improving the urban-rural balance and protecting ecosystems, natural capital, and food production. All these measures, ladies and gentlemen, would shift our economy onto a more sustainable trajectory. And ladies and gentlemen, with these systems level levers in mind, we must also take some practical steps that can make a tangible difference on the ground. As a first step, if we are to restore the critical balance between people and planet, we need to protect, restore, and invest in nature. After all, nature is central to all aspects of our existence, from the air we breathe, our nourishment and shelter, to our spiritual, cultural, and recreational well-being. This virtuous circle of nature is something the world's indigenous peoples understand only too well, and is why we should listen and learn from the profound wisdom of their intuitive sixth sense, something we have so rashly and tragically discarded as being irrelevant in a modern world. As we focus on these solutions at a local level, we also need to think about investing at scale. We need to explore cross-border efforts to maintain and restore highly biodiverse natural ecosystems over large land and marine areas. As a second step, we need to think holistically about land, food, and health systems. Climate change, land use change, food production, and human health are all deeply interconnected. Transforming the land sector, agriculture, forestry, wetlands, bioenergy, towards more sustainable practices could contribute an estimated 30% of the global mitigation needed in 2050 to deliver on the 1.5 degrees centigrade target. For example, regenerative agriculture, including practices such as organic and no-till farming to restore soil fertility, or using silvopastoral or agroforestry systems, could enable agriculture to become a net carbon sink, rolling climate change backwards.
Agriculture's always been a net
as it
carbon sink, you
revitalizes
fucking
rural
idiot.
communities
Wow.
and enhances human
Well, I
health.
can't listen to this guy much
But
longer.
to do this
What do you think plants go
will
from?
require the big agri-industrial global corporations to revise their operating models to benefit both biodiversity and small-scale farming. As a third step, we need to transform industrial sectors. Globally, industry is responsible for over 30% of all greenhouse gas emissions, of which the majority arise from the production of bulk materials like cement, metals, chemicals, and petrochemical products. It is
Not
an
nuclear
urgent
fuel.
need
Nuclear fuel does
to
not
transform
pollute
industry
whatsoever.
by scaling up
Doesn't even make
resource
heat.
efficient,
Nothing.
circular, and low carbon solutions based on both renewable energy and sustainable biological resources. The fourth step is the need to accelerate access to finance and innovation. Access to finance and innovation are key to bringing the circular bioeconomy and sustainable markets from niche to norm. Recent reports demonstrated that for every dollar invested in select areas of ocean-based economic activity, such as offshore wind for renewable energy, greening of shipping, or nature-based
Greening of
solutions,
shipping.
there is a return of $5.
Isn't shipping already about the most
The economic case is there.
out there?
We just
Well,
need
let's be
to
low
articulate
sulfur
it.
fuel. Okay,
and
now you have to have
demonstrate
two
it.
fuel tanks and two fuel filters.
And finally, we need to build nature and harmony into education. Circular bioeconomy innovation, research and development need to be transdisciplinary,
Oil
combining
tankers. That'll
technology
solve the
and
problem.
engineering with
We'll steam
complex
clean the
systems
beach.
thinking.
That'll solve the problem.
This research needs to integrate science with
They
traditional
steam clean the
knowledge,
beaches in
business,
Alaska.
arts, design, and humanities,
That
as
hurt.
well as
That was sharp.
involve relevant stakeholders in the
Rolling
process.
paper.
In this reset moment, we have an incredible opportunity to change the way we educate children so that they could better understand humanity's relationship with nature.
You do understand
By
plants
doing
absorb
so,
carbon
we
from
will
the
inspire
air. That's where it
an
comes in.
entire
They
generation
don't
of
come up
humanity
from crap from
who
the
will be
ground. The
equipped
ground gets
to make the
bigger
changes we
because
so
plants suck
desperately
carbon
need.
out of the air, not the other way around.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are, I am afraid, at the last hour. We know what we need to do.
Yeah, but you're stupid. So
Netflix, Amazon Prime, Spotify, Crave, all of those things. I can explain a little bit further on the other side, plus take some of your reaction at 877-399-9898. If Twitter makes you pay to view certain tweets, are you going to start getting off of it? Are you going to delete Twitter? Let me know what you think. That's next. It's here. It's on the shift.
Just like they charge you $1 to prove you're old enough to be on the website type thing.
We on the website.
Oops, I should have switched over 10 minutes ago.
That's what delayed me.
Oh, I'm glad. I wanted to catch you.
Oh, well, here I am. Catch.
But I just thought of something, Miss Brooks. If you're to convince the dean that you're Mrs. Boynton, we better get you a wedding ring. Now, I'll just measure your finger with this piece of school.
Oh, don't spend too much on a ring, Mr. Boynton, after all.
Oh, mine is a pretty good friend of mine. I'm sure he'll lend me the ring for just one day. You won't back out, will you, Miss Brooks?
Of course not. I'll play Mrs. Boynton to the hilt, even though it will be rather a grueling job.
What do you mean, grueling? It's only for one day.
That's what I mean.
Audio book, radio, nothing. I just had to check. Audio book, radio, one word, nothing. Oh, so much for that.
Here is Vern Smith. No other dentifrice offers proof of such results. Proof that
biodiversity, we have confronted environmentally destructive projects pursued by states and corporations. Though we are protecting, yet our rights are being violated in the name of biodiversity conservation. We will be able to continue to protect biodiversity only when we feel secure, for which it is important to respect, recognize, and enforce our rights over our land and forests. Second, we need to revisit our ambitions and approach to conservation and protected areas. Doubling protected areas to cover 30% of the globe, as some want to see in the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, will lead to immense human rights violations. It could constitute the biggest land grab of the world history, reducing millions of people to landless poverty, all in the name of conservation. Removing us from our land in order to protect nature is deeply colonial and environmentally damaging. We should be the leaders of conservation, not victims of it. My third and the last message to the world leaders is that we youth are your biggest allies to protect the future of our planet and reverse biodiversity loss. We are and will be facing the impacts of biodiversity crisis. Despite this, we remain marginalized, unrecognized and underrepresented in decision-making spaces. More proactive steps are the way forward to ensure intersectional and intergenerational equity. We are tired of your countless environmental pledges, agreements, and failed commitments. All we want to say is that we are ready to work with you to reverse the biodiversity loss. The question is, are you? Johar.
I thank the indigenous youth representative for her statement. Heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, we will now begin the plenary segment of the summit. Before calling on the first speaker on the list, may I remind delegations that the statements are limited to 3 minutes for national statements and 5 minutes for those speaking on behalf of a group of states. I commend all delegations for the overwhelming interest in participating in this first UN Summit on Biodiversity at the heads of state and government level. It is clear indication of the importance attached to this moment in the run-up to COP15 in Kunming, China, and towards a post-2020 global biodiversity framework. As a response to this welcome interest of member states for this special occasion, I decided to organize 2 spillover events from 1 to 3 p.m. and from 6 p.m. till 9 p.m. today to continue hearing pre-recorded statements from delegations, the additional budgetary implications to be covered from the trust fund. Allow me to acknowledge and thank for the voluntary contribution from Austria to the trust fund to support this aspect of the summit. Nevertheless, I'm sorry to share with you that based on estimates of the length of pre-recorded statements drawn from the list of speakers, many of which have exceeded the mandated time limits as per Resolution 74-269. Unfortunately, we may still not be able to exhaust the list of those inscribed to speak, despite my best efforts to do so by 9 p.m. For those statements that may not be shown by 9 p.m., I commit my office to working with the Secretariat to identify a solution for the statements to be accessed whether in written or audiovisual format. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana to introduce the pre-recorded statement on behalf of the Group of 77 and China.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to introduce His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, who will deliver a statement on behalf of the members of the Group of 77 and China, as well as remarks in his national capacity on this occasion of the first United Nations Biodiversity Summit. I thank you.
Mr. President, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Please allow me at the outset to express the group's appreciation to you for convening this summit on biodiversity during these challenging times. It is essential that we highlight at the highest level the urgency for action in support of a post-2020 global biodiversity framework that contributes to the achievement of the objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Summit on Biodiversity is very fitting. Its timing coincides with the end of the UN Decade on Biodiversity 2011-2020. We have also embarked on a decade of action and delivery for sustainable development. Regrettably, the progress in achieving biodiversity targets, including in the SDGs, has been unsatisfactory. The increase in biodiversity loss continues to hinder the achievement of the 2030 Agenda, resulting in adverse impacts on our
Yes, I have
people and
suicide
planet.
disease.
Likewise,
So I used that in the channel
poverty
name.
and the insufficient results in the achievement of many SDGs place additional burdens
You weren't
on
searching
the
for a way to kill
environment
yourself. You
and
were
on
searching to
any
watch somebody kill
process
themselves,
to
bro. Come
halt
on.
biodiversity loss. We are at the crossroads, and we cannot be complacent. This summit must exhibit the political will for a post-2020 global biodiversity framework, consistent with the 2030 Agenda. The framework must also include a strong resource mobilization component. Our deliberations should propel the global community along a path towards realizing the 2050 vision for biodiversity of living in harmony with nature. This can only be achieved by addressing in a balanced manner
You're clearing
the
your
three
history right now,
objectives
aren't you?
of the Convention on Biological Diversity, namely the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components, and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of utilization
I
of
consider
genetic
my input here to
resources.
be a little bit of stupid shit
Consequently,
too, but I try to
the
gather
group
together
is
useful
deeply
shit.
concerned that our already daunting development challenges have been gravely exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Its impacts certain to go well beyond 2020, eroding the development gains achieved over many decades. The effects of the pandemic will exacerbate the degradation of biodiversity and result in substantial increase in global poverty. The pandemic will undermine the financial capacity of developing countries
Ontario,
to implement
Canada.
the Sustainable Development Agenda. Therefore, we call for a commitment to increase the mobilization of resources to allow for the actions needed to halt biodiversity loss. This will involve developed countries substantially increasing their financial commitment to the implementation of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework in developing countries. The COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized the importance of the relationship between people and nature. This threat must increase our awareness of the need to ensure a harmonious balance between human activity and nature. It must emphasize the importance of biological diversity to present and future generations. Hence, the group is ready to work for a successful 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity.
It's not that bad.
Under the
It's pretty
theme,
good. I got first world
Ecological
problems.
Civilization, Building a Shared Future for All Life on Earth. The Group of 77 and China stresses that urgent and significant actions are needed to reduce the degradation of natural habitats, halt biodiversity loss, protect and prevent the extinction of threatened species. We are deeply concerned that up to 1 million species currently face the threat of extinction, more than at any other time in human history. And we deeply regret the potentially high number of species that disappeared in the past centuries, most of which have gone unaccounted for. We urge the international community to strengthen its efforts to counter these trends and protect the ecosystems, including the restoration of degraded forests and to substantially increase afforestation, reforestation, and conservation globally, based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Halting biodiversity loss is the common goal of humanity. Every country should be engaged in this endeavor to the best of its capability. Furthermore, with respect to the oceans, we must all remain steadfast in deliberations with a view to concluding the negotiations for an international legally binding instrument under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We look forward to engaging constructively in the summit's dialogue and to taking firm actions to put nature on a path to recovery. Mr. President, I wish now to provide some additional perspectives in my national capacity. My country, Guyana, is endowed with rich, provides environmental benefits to both the local and global population. These benefits include clean water and air, medicine, food, coastal and flood protection, climate regulation, and raw materials. One of our most valued national assets is the forest, which covers approximately 85% of the country and provides a service to the world as a net carbon sink. Guyana has established protected areas which aim at promoting sustainable livelihoods, the provision of environmental services, conservation of biodiversity, opportunities for scientific ecotourism. The SDG.
Holy fuck, what the fuck is going on here?
With improved service and logging operations. We have maintained a low aim at protecting the physical environment. Guyana's biodiversity vision remains. By 2030, the country's biodiversity is sustainably and mainstream in all sectors, contributing to the advancement of our biosecurity and socio-economic development along a low-carbon development objective. Guyana, therefore, is emphatic in supporting the call for G77 partners for urgent action towards realizing the 2050 vision of living in harmony.
3 fucking minutes straight of this shit.
I thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Malawi to deliver a pre-recorded statement on behalf of the least developed countries.
In between each message, my machine's locked.
Your Excellency Okan Basquio, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you on behalf of the least developed countries. My remarks align with those made by Guyana on behalf of the G77 and China. We commend our 4 leaders who envision a world where pressure on biodiversity is abridged and ecosystems restored by 2020.
This is what I need.
Mr. President, we are profoundly dissatisfied that we could not deliver on this ambitious goal.
There we go. Holy shit.
More than 60% of the world's coral reefs are under threat. Land degradation has reduced productivity in 23% terrestrial area. 1 million species of animals and plants are at risk of extinction, many within decades, which is unprecedented in human history. If this trend continues, we face a future where between 30 to 50% of all species may be lost this century. This loss is not restricted to plants and animals. It also entails enormous risks to human prosperity and well-being. The destruction of natural environments and habitats increases the risk of people and wildlife contact, which greatly endangers public health. The recent outbreak of COVID-19 and its devastating impact across the world is proof positive of this danger, and least developed countries are likely to suffer the worst effects of these effects. Excellencies, we must take collective measures to stop the ongoing devastation of biodiversity. We should build a global sustainable economy, and this implies incorporating the reduction of inequalities into development models, enhancing access and benefit sharing mechanisms, reducing unsustainable production and consumption, avoiding rampant wastage, and addressing environmental degradation. Excellencies, in Article 20, subsection 5 of the Convention on Biological Diversity, parties committed to, quote, full account of the specific needs and special situation of least developed countries in their actions with regard to funding and transfer of technology, end of quote. In the same vein, Sustainable Development Goal Target 15A emphasizes mobilization and significant increase of financial resources from all sources to conserve and sustain biodiversity. Yet biodiversity-related funding has stagnated in many countries. The biodiversity financing gap in 2019 stood at between $598 billion US and $824 billion US per year, according to, quote, the Financing Nature Closing the Global Biodiversity Financing Gap, end of quote, report. It is our proposal that international biodiversity public funding to LDCs should be doubled by 2030. We further call for the support in capacity building and technology transfer to LDCs for sustainable biodiversity conservation and restoration. As LDCs, we look forward to working with you all to address and resolve these discrepancies between our talk and our walk. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Malawi for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the European Commission to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
What the fucking hell was this?
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what do we need to make the case for biodiversity loud and clear? Figures?
Blue's coming on one side, it's
for years,
the other.
scientists have provided us with the most striking figures of species at risk of disappearing. But it was not enough. Pictures? For years, photographers and documentary makers have provided us with moving and breathtaking visuals of species at risk of disappearing. But it was not enough. Do we need to be affected directly and massively in our life? Like a pandemic? A world pandemic locking us in at home with no possibility to travel? A pandemic caused by a zoonotic disease? Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm sure the animals refer to it as a human disease.
That it is precisely such a pandemic that prevents us from meeting in person for this United Nations Biodiversity Summit? That it is a pandemic that made it necessary to postpone the COP15 in Kunming from October 2020 to the second half of 21? Dear friends, we have all the information needed to understand. Climate change and biodiversity loss are happening before our eyes, and they reinforce each other. We need to stop this loop of doom. That is driving me as President of the European Commission. After just 11 days in office, I presented the European Green Deal. It is our vision and roadmap to making Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. To achieve this, we set out 50 actions for 2050. In March, we proposed the first ever continental climate law, and then the pandemic came into our lives. Now, should we stop our course because of the pandemic? Of course not. And this is why we also adopted our EU biodiversity strategy for 2030 in May 2020. The biodiversity strategy tackles the key drivers of biodiversity loss: unsustainable use of land and sea, overexploitation of natural resources, pollution, and global warming. The strategy proposes legal obligation.
The encyclopedia says that the island of Haiti can be called San Domingo, Santo Domingo, or Hispaniola. Well, after my visit there, I could suggest a few more things they can call it, but they probably wouldn't get past the censors. This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance
directors are looking for. It's a very, very interesting rule. Maybe it's more interesting to me simply because I work in radio and I've worked in music radio, but I'll be keeping an eye on this. If you're interested, if you're curious about the story, it is up on Global News. Broadcasters and Netflix pushing politicians on separate visions on what these regulation changes should look like. And again,
repoussé vers la sortie, remplacé par Pablo Longoria, l'Argentin. Jorge Sampaoli devient, lui, le nouvel entraîneur du club. France Info.
C'est donc le premier de 2 week-ends en confinement qui commence dans la région de Nice, au sud, et dans celle de Dunkerque, au nord, jusqu'à lundi matin, 6 heures. 2 questions essentielles. D'abord, celle de l'efficacité de ce confinement partiel et limité dans le temps. On va voir ce qu'on dit.
And of course, all countries and regions around the world who want to address biodiversity loss. This is really why we are joining forces today, to team up and provide determined leadership. Our aim is a new global biodiversity framework in Kunming next year. We want global rules that are clear, measurable, that allow us to hold each other to account. And above all, rules that will protect species and strengthen our resilience and our well-being. Let us make this our common mission. You can count on my commitment. Thank you.
I thank the President of the European Commission for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the French Republic to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, 2020 was supposed to be the super year of biodiversity, during which a new international framework of action needed to be defined. It will be, I hope, the year of us becoming aware and moving towards a true transformation. Did we need to go through this? I don't know, but the COVID-19 crisis clearly demonstrated the disastrous consequence for our health, for our prosperity, and our collective security that comes from destroying biodiversity, which is the most vital public good. Scientists have been alerting us for a long time about the risks of the emergence of new infectious diseases due to deforestation, poaching of wild species, by demonstrating links between human health, animal health, and environmental health. This pandemic reminds us that biodiversity is our life insurance, because when it's fragilized, our health security and our economic security are at risk. The protection of nature raises the fundamental ethical issue of the protection of human beings. Most importantly, the protection of biodiversity means protecting our ecosystems. I don't believe of a right of any living creature that is higher than the human right. But I do believe that the effectiveness of the preservation of human rights cannot take place without preserving ecosystems in which we live. This is a philosophical and ethical foundation of the battle for biodiversity. This is where this new challenge must be undertaken for collective awareness to strengthen the rights against environmental crime.
Elevator
Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party like I won the lottery. I just wanna party like I won the lottery. I just wanna party like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party like I won the lottery. Where you at? Hit me up with the money, with a stack. Get us paper, get us cash. No, we here with my niggas in the trash. Put it in, flip it quick, get it back. Add me up with my niggas in the room. Cleaning up, sweeping up with a broom. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Double cup, double cup, double cup. So I got a couple racks today. Didn't think I make it, but I made it back today. Cashing out in the bank every day. Put in work, do work, get paid. Where my niggas at? Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party like I won the lottery. I just wanna party like I won the lottery. I just wanna party like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party like I won the lottery. Just got off the plane, juice all in my veins. 6 buzzing my name, no one out these flames. Fucking Friday night, I ain't playing no games. I'm that West End chick that was raised in the lane. And yeah, you won't believe, pay up, just raise the fee. They calling, but they can't get a hold of me. The piece on Friday, BET, raise a bar for the scene. If the work ain't clean, don't come for me. They show up before, but they wanna come around. I'ma ride this way till the water run out. I'ma spark this place till the fire burn out. I'm up before, but I'm up now. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party like I won the lottery. I just wanna party like I won the lottery. I just wanna party like I won the lottery. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party like I won the lottery.
Welcome to Mi'kmaq Matters, a podcast about Mi'kmaq people, politics, land of...
Ne pak saffe met mijn zak, kost centen maandelijks het toeslagen voor iets dat kan niet betalen kan. Joar, dinero para flus, mal plata. Babylon brandt in de pan van Satan. België walks like a duck, talks like a duck, looks like a duck, so it must be a silence. Panama Papers, F35's, premies, mandaten, allemaal zeven. Frauduleuze VZ2-schrijf op de voedselbank, doodgevroren daklozen in de grote steden. Meer en meer belastingen dan een afschakelplan. Vastgoed, maffia, gemeenteraadsleden. Veel te veel zaak voor, veel te weinig vetzakken. Veel te veel redenen voor veel te weinig protest. Loop ik met de kudde mee, terwijl ik met de kraan open. Kan niet langer verder zo, alles is te duur voor mij. Alles is te duur voor mij. Je merkt het niet, alles is te duur voor mij. Ik ken niet niks van voor mij. Alles is te duur voor mij. Alles is te duur voor mij. Alles is te duur voor mij. Je merkt het niet, ik ken niet niks van de want. Alles is te duur voor mij. Adrenaline door mijn lijf, maak je geld voor de verwarming. Te veel stress door al die rekeningen waar dat ik op achterloop. Niks te verdienen. Binnen in de schimmelwijk, La Belgique is te duur geworden. Alles wordt verwaarloosd, corrupte flieken, magistraten, politieke marginalen. Allemaal de schuld van het monetaire systeem. Kreml die praktijken, stijgende stroomvoorzieningsprijs. Er valt hier niks te rapen, zolang je de liter niks niet afneemt. Conclusies kunnen pakken, gele groene paarse platten. Witness gooien achterstappen op, krijg geld om op de bus te stappen. Ooms vliegen in de bak, deurwaarders gaan wisselen. Ogen omhoog, tand, kwaad naar al dat sukkelen. Femme d'accueil, on discute pas, de goût est couleur. Dus kijken door de keyhole van de glazen spiegeldeur. Slaak mijn eigen retten in, is omdat we kwaad worden. Iedereen rondom mij leidt, want alles is te duur voor mij. Alles is te duur voor mij. Je merkt het daar niet, alles is te duur voor mij. Ik ben niet meer voor mij. Nou, alles is te duur voor mij. Alles is te duur voor mij.
Man, I'm down for some shit. When it comes to the grind, I'm a fit. Went to bars with a slap with a fit. Man, I'm back on my shit. Found a peanut butter strap in the whip. And I almost made it back to the crib. But it's back to the strip. Where the trap got a flip. Little nigga keep a hammer and a bag full of shit. That little nigga yes I once was. I used to have a lot of fun when I bust guns. Never did I trust love. I lost a lot of friends. All of my friends switched you. The info got Percy. That's why I stay with a pistol. Stay by my hip too. Stay to the fits an issue. These dreams don't be tips to get placed in this issue. Deuce, bullets, face the nipple out his baby mouth. I whip the tech the same size as a baby doll. I ain't gotta slide my nigga, he got skated on. I was in his crib like the bed that his baby on. Head hurting like I need me a Tylenol. I made a miss, but you pussies didn't write it up. I think I seen him, big homie cut the lights off. Someone get this voice in the service, cause this a radar. Fucking fight down, so buy clothes cause I fight down. I was smoking blacks and I seen black like Skyline. I was making rocks for the cheesecake like I'm Thailand. Niggas couldn't move me up that corner, I'm a Thailand. You niggas is all amateurs. Niggas see my whip and try to shoot me through the passenger, but God got me one. My nigga, this ain't a party show. Me, I got the sauce and cooked beef like a sloppy Joe. My brown Smith can separate faith from the non-fiction. For $3 bills, got me a talent that's not restricted. Like my sound sickin'. You can't battle your rhymes written. I'm up now, got 30 teeth in it, don't get bitten. All them niggas only out for hurt me. Fuck it, cause I don't leave my crib out my body. I see too many innocent niggas get done dirty, but it's only two young as be wiggin' like Kansas Jersey. From a place where the violence be jobs. Blue spray paint on the concrete bars. I almost died up in the project bars. Some niggas walking, I'm fucking and diving. Pull it out and work it back, hoping I'm a survivor. Thank you, Lord, for the things you did. And thank you, Father, for the fact that I can wake up and I see my kids. With every blessing comes a curse, and I know that. I'm still stressing, but as a man, I can't show that. I told my daughters that they never have to worry, but I'm worried that they're gonna have to worry. Well, fuck that shit. That's why I'm out here when I cut that zip. I turn the zip into a comeback breaking. Better come back quick. I stood tall, man, I'm right here. Made clear, for long. I'ma stick up on me straight here. Shots got a 6 buzz, like you late here. Never thought I'd get this kind of love from my right ears. You niggas laugh, but we try and we fight tears. Now I got 30 in this 9 and some 9 here. I still got 30 in this 40 through some 9 here. Even got an ass kid out with 40, it ain't nice here. 762, stuck to the hip too. You wish you had this life, I wish my life was more simple. My homie kept your gun, but it's a knife that left him crippled. I tore his G2, finger grooves up into them posts. You ever held your man, knowing that he dying on you? Listen to him saying it's alright. Really?
Welcome to Mi'kmaq Matters, a podcast about the Mi'kmaq people, politics,
John Gotti, CTM Music Group, baby. Woo! Pow! Yeah, we're trying to get the paper, we're trying to get rich. We do it for the big face, the president. Forgot relegated dreams, still compensating sticks. And yes, I'm a boss, but looking for a lick. You gotta get it how you live with life like this. And yes, I need 36, a whole fucking brick. Rolling through the city, got no Louis Loafs on. And I told these motherfuckers, yeah, I get my smoke on. Cheech, strong, bust out the bomb. Smoking all day, flipping bricks by the yard. And you can try to do, but don't quit your day job. Little sweet up and make the times real hard. That's why I got all these tattooed scars. Chilling in the BIOSPHERE. Money in the rubber band, stack it till you can't hurt. Yeah, I got the trade promise, got a real loud bar. I do my dirt in the dirt, fucking through the plug. I got some inventories, AKs, SKs, long range, short range, red state, no brain. Who to my king, motherfucking crime pays. Yeah, I'm trying to get the paper, I'm just trying to get rich. We do it for the big face, dead presidents. I got Lamborghini dreams, still got Mercedes Benz. And yes, I'm about running just before I live. You gotta get it how you live when life is like this. And yes, I need 36, the whole fucking brick.
Can be considered to be the internet of soil. Without them, the nutrition absorption capacity of plants declines.
Welcome to Mi'kmaq Matters, a podcast.
And we are witnessing the silent extinction of root fungi in the soil in most regions of the world, and there are many other examples. We should finally acknowledge that we do not have the right to destroy sensitively balanced natural systems which have developed over several millions of years. We have no right to destroy the life chances of our children and grandchildren. It is our moral imperative to change. Many have been warning for a long time about the decline of biological diversity. We do not have time to lose until the Biodiversity Conference in May 2021. I offer the motto of Ernest Hemingway for the work that awaits us in the coming months. No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends or of thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never sent to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
I thank the President of Hungary for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
Oh dear.
I will deliver a pre-recorded statement. Sayın Başkan,
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I extend to you my heartfelt and respectful greetings. We, as humanity, are going through a difficult and painful period on a global scale. On the one hand, we are fighting against the coronavirus pandemic, which is one of the biggest health crises of the last century. On the other hand, we are trying to manage the negative effects of the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic, beyond being a health problem, is one of the consequences of the deterioration of the ecosystem. The pandemic has also shown us the importance of protecting biodiversity and leaving a healthy and clean world for future generations. Nature, in which we pursue our lives, is not a legacy from our ancestors to us, but our legacy to our children. I believe that after the pandemic, humanity will draw the necessary lessons in this regard, along with achieving economic and social justice. Located on 3 different climate zones and 3 biogeographical areas, Turkey enjoys a rich diversity of natural habitats. We are at the crossroads of not only continents and cultures, but also of climates. With the steps we have taken in recent years, we have further strengthened this wealth. We have made significant investments to increase the forest area and tree heritage of our country, to improve biodiversity and to protect the environment. With our ancestral seed project, We have put under protection the plant varieties that constitute our country's gene resources. By planting more than 4.5 billion saplings, we have increased our forest assets from 20.8 million hectares to 23 million hectares. Although we have an almost negligible historical responsibility, we are at the forefront in the fight against climate change. We also support global efforts for the conservation, sustainable use, and restoration of biodiversity. The next 10 years will determine the fate of humanity. In order for the Sustainable Development Goals to become real, we need innovative, effective, and practical projects for the conservation of biodiversity. I believe that the global biodiversity framework, which we are currently working on, will constitute a roadmap which includes effective and action-orientated targets in the process leading up to 2050. We should never consider the conservation of biodiversity and its contribution to the economy as short-term goals. By raising awareness in all economic sectors, we should encourage the private sector to make investments in this field and transform the problems we are faced with into opportunities. Turkey, which will host in 2022 the 16th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity and assume its term presidency for 2 years, will play a leading role in taking the necessary steps for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity in this process. With these thoughts, I wish this summit success, and I respectfully greet everyone once again.
President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Poland to give this video statement.
Excellencies, distinguished members of the audience. Preserving biodiversity is a prerequisite for the existence of life on Earth and for ensuring sustainable development of humanity. Therefore, action to protect and restore biodiversity requires close cooperation at a global level and in each of our countries. Poland, to protect and restore biodiversity, requires close cooperation at a global level and in each of our countries. Poland is one of the states which can boast centuries-old heritage of nature conservation, whereas a sustainable, prudent use of its resources is part and parcel of our tradition and culture. We have always managed the environment wisely while using and multiplying its natural resources. Outstanding Polish scientists and naturalists were among the initiators of the creation of the International Union for Conservation of Nature in 1948. Poland can boast the status of a founding member of this organization. An excellent example of care for the preservation and development of biodiversity is the multifunctional forest management conducted by Poland, which ensures a balance between the natural, social, and economic functions of forests. Its methods, based on observation of natural phenomena, supported by scientific research and the experience of many generations of foresters, bring excellent results. The Polish model of forestry has allowed to preserve wild species of plants, animals, and fungi. We have maintained full and universal access to forests thanks to the fact that a vast majority of Polish woods through the state treasury is a common property available for society as a whole. Despite using natural resources intensively, their wealth has been preserved and multiplied. The network of protected areas in Poland, including 23 national parks, nature reserves, and Natura 2000 areas, covers around 40% of our country. Furthermore, Poland protects the gene resources of domestic species and the components of animate and inanimate nature. I have personally initiated and promoted the planting campaign, which involves mass nationwide planting of trees. A flagship example of the Polish School of Environmental Protection was the saving of a European bison species, the population of which fell dramatically as a result of war fought on the territory of Poland. The preservation efforts of this extremely endangered species for the world has brought spectacular results. The Polish bison population is currently the largest globally, and many specimens are transferred by us to other countries for the purpose of restitution. In this context, I would like to stress the importance of active nature conservation, which must complement and balance passive protection forms. Preserving biodiversity is also a special task for agriculture, which constitutes an important sector of the Polish economy. It is part of the concept of sustainable development, where the efficiency and quality of production must be linked to the protection of the soil, water, and landscape. Among the strategic actions for the coming years, above and beyond the promotion of good agricultural practices and raising ecological awareness, is the preservation of valuable natural habitats, as well as the genetic resources of farm animals and plants, including traditional varieties of fruit trees. The protection of biodiversity is currently one of the biggest challenges of civilization, especially in the light of the advancing climate change. An example of this was the declaration Forests for Climate, adopted by 82 countries during the COP24 Climate Summit in Katowice. The actions we are taking today will be of fundamental significance for what will happen tomorrow, and their effects will be assessed by future generations. Therefore, let us implement them together with passion, knowledge, and diligence, guided by the common good and the desire to change for the better. Thank you for your attention.
Republic of Poland for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Colombia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
The planet is in a state of emergency. The loss of biodiversity is accelerating at a speed never before known to humankind, and the pandemic made it even more patently clear that there is an inextricable link between a healthy and prosperous life and healthy ecosystems. The post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is an opportunity to ensure that from the very highest level we adopt measures which will allow us to achieve a vision of living in harmony with nature by the year 2050. In Colombia, we wish this framework to be effective. We wish to see the post-COVID-19 economic recovery process be green and just, and we wish to ensure that we can move forward with the achievement of the SDGs. To do that, we need to embrace 5 commitments. We need to ensure, first of all, that 30% of the land and marine area of the globe has protected status by 2030. We need to embrace sustainable patterns of production and consumption in the sectors with greatest environmental impact. Third, we must incorporate biodiversity in the planning and management of all productive sectors and at all levels of government. 4, we need to commit to nature-based solutions as cost-effective tools to preserve biodiversity. At the same time, such tools create jobs and stimulate economic growth. 5, we must leverage greater resources from all sources to protect and promote biodiversity. In Colombia, biodiversity is a strategic asset found across the nation. In our fight against deforestation, for example, we have successfully reduced between 2018 and 2019 deforestation by 20%, and we formed the Coalition for the Prohibition of Deforestation. We have planted 35 million trees of a goal of 180 million. We want to plant 180 million trees by 2050. We want to move forward with a productive model which sees us produce while we conserve and conserve while we produce. We have incentives for environmental protection, such as payments for environmental services, and such stimuluses have encouraged the preservation of biodiversity. Renewable energy also now occupies a greater share of our energy mix. Let us continue thus. We continue to promote the Leticia Pact. We have the Coalition for the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and Persons, and we work with the Regional Commission for the Circular Economy. We have the project Columbia heritage and biodiversities. Now, we call upon all nations to support us in our strategic efforts to protect the tundras and the high mountain ecosystem, as well as all of the people and resources that are housed within them. Colombia invites the world to stand shoulder to shoulder in assuming its historic responsibilities. It must seize the opportunity of change we have before us and take decisive action to achieve the goal of preserving biodiversity. That is the challenge of our age. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Peru to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
The pandemic put a new wrinkle in all plans regarding our activities and challenges, including our determination to draw attention to nature in such events as the one we find ourselves today. However, these circumstances do not diminish our concerns for environmental issues. Quite to the contrary, they demonstrate the interrelation with other phenomena and the certainty that global problems must be dealt with in the framework of a reinforced multilateralism. This is something that is made necessary today by such issues as human health, economic recovery, and sustainable development. The Intergovernmental Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, the report that was issued last April of 2019, recommended a greater attention to deterioration of ecosystems, climate change, pollution of land and water, and overexploitation of animals and wild plants. The pandemic has obviously heightened the need to focus even more attention on this. This is why Peru, in planning and working to achieve the well-being of our citizens, has based its efforts on healthy ecosystems, resilient ecosystems, and based on a commitment to preserve and use in a sustainable way our marine, coastal, Andean, and Amazonic biomass, including the protection of ecosystems, species, and genetic resources contained in these, including the knowledge generated by our indigenous peoples. In line with the mandate of this summit, which demands urgent action in favor of biodiversity, we would like to focus on 3 points. First of all, the importance of the status of Peru as a mega diverse country. Peru is a source and laboratory of very important crops for global food production. And so this is a heavy responsibility that forces us to undertake ambitious actions aimed at preserving our biodiversity. Along these lines, we'd like to highlight the fact that we have joined the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and Peoples. And also, we'd like to mention our efforts to ensure the financial sustainability of our national system of protected natural areas, as well as the process underway to establish new protected marine areas, such as the proposal of the Nazca Dorsal National Reserve that we hope to be able to establish by the end of this year. Second point is our firm conviction that only effective multilateral action will make it possible to tackle the increasing loss of biodiversity based on urgent actions of the entire international community. Peru has exercised regional leadership for the benefit of the Amazon rainforest and its biodiversity. That was reaffirmed recently during the second presidential summit of the Leticia Pact, and have included actions that such as combating deforestation and environmental crimes, the reduction of risks of natural disasters, especially forest fires, and strengthening participation and benefit sharing by local communities. And the third point is the acknowledgement of the intrinsic interdependence between biodiversity, society, and development. This requires a necessary balance between the search for human well-being and a productive and inclusive conservation that incorporates nature-based solutions focused on promotion of sustainable development. All of this should be founded on technical and scientific knowledge and requires mobilization of national and international resources and establishment of governance models that take into account democratic participation, gender issues, and interculturality. From Peru, which is one of the cradles of human civilization, we would like to send a message of optimism based on our conviction that we are still capable of finding the path that allows us to coexist with nature in a harmonious way. At stake in this effort is our survival and the survival of future generations. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Peru for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Swiss Confederation to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people all over the world have to face a new problem in 2020, the corona crisis, and have to bear the impacts caused by the pandemic on the economy and on our everyday lives. In addition to the health crisis, we all still have to face two monumental challenges that threaten our very existence: climate change and biodiversity loss. 5 years ago, the international community reached an agreement in Paris on keeping global warming to below 2 degrees centigrade and, if possible, below 1.5 degrees. We have yet to make similar progress on biodiversity. For too long, we believed that biodiversity could be protected simply by creating national parks. Conservation is important, but it's not enough in itself. We have to rethink our economic model. We need to apply safeguards to financial flows in order to ensure that investment projects do not have a negative impact on biodiversity. Governments must gear their financial incentives and subsidies towards sustainable production methods that do not harm the environment. It is clear that environment ministers alone cannot solve the problem. This UN General Assembly Summit is an opportunity for heads of states and government to recognize their responsibility to ensure that production does not take place at the expense of nature and therefore also of people. I am convinced that the private sector as well realizes that exploiting, polluting, and even destroying nature will not pay dividends in the medium term. Quite simply, without a natural environment, we humans no longer have a basis for survival, let alone for economic activity. This global challenge requires a global solution. The international community adopted the Paris Agreement to mitigate climate change. Now we want to adopt an ambitious framework to stop the loss of biodiversity. We need strict, mandatory, and accessible global rules. Switzerland fully endorses the call of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People to protect 30% of our planet's surface on land and on sea for biodiversity by 2030. In this context, Switzerland has decided to enhance the protection of its soil. By 2050, We intend to stop the spread of settlements. In other words, we have a fixed and net zero goal for land use change. Next year, we will adopt a new global framework at the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. I am confident that this framework will encourage all actors both to conserve natural ecosystems and to sustainably manage our use of the environment and curb pollution. We have to work hard to deliver the CBD's 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. But this is in the interest of us all throughout the world.
I thank the President of the Swiss Confederation for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, I have the great honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Majesty King Abdullah II of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellencies, dear friends, it is a pleasure to join you for this important meeting on an urgent issue that literally concerns the future of our world and all life in it. We have been talking about sustainable development, climate change, and safeguarding the environment for decades, but unfortunately have little to show for it on the ground. We have not stuck to the 2016 Paris Agreement to strengthen the global response to climate change, nor have we met its goals to prevent a global temperature rise. Nature itself is now in existential peril, its sustainability for future generations in jeopardy, and the impact on food security threatening humanity's very existence. No country is more aware of the dangers of climate shifts than Jordan, the second water-poorest country in the world. To help address this crisis, over the last 2 years, Jordan has prepared an actionable solution that will be proposed to the UNGA, and with all your help, can make a difference. We are attempting by proposing a charter that protects and extends the legal right to exist to selected ecosystems and all species of flora and fauna, to advance the causes of preserving enough of nature for human civilization to continue and thrive, and empower the world's environmental activists and others to take legal action on behalf of nature's rights. We owe this to the future generations. COVID-19 has taught us all a lesson. We cannot keep neglecting nature and expect no consequences. At no time has practical, principled global action been needed more than at present to save our environment. Young activists everywhere are urging us to take action. We must do more than simply not get in their way. We must act, for our world is a gift, not for the people of one place and time, but for all generations and all life. God says in the Quran, "There is no creature that crawls upon the earth, nor bird that flies with its wings, but that they are communities like yourselves." Let us together protect these communities, and in so doing, protect ourselves. Thank you.
I thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for the statement just made. I now invite the hereditary prince and acting head of state of the Principality of Liechtenstein to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Liechtenstein, for real. Let's hear this.
Mr. President, Secretary General, the stress on our planet continues to increase with far-reaching consequences. This year's forest fires in the Amazonas are more devastating than ever, destroying vast parts of the planet's biodiversity world. In our part of the world, the loss in biomass of insects that are so important for human and animal food chain reaches staggering proportions. Climate change is well known to further exacerbate already negative trends. While public awareness is growing, our collective response fails to correspond to the challenges at hand. Today's summit can hopefully help to change the dynamic. Preserving biodiversity belongs in the long-term strategic planning of governments. In Liechtenstein, we have identified an increasing threat to our biodiversity that we need to treat as high priority in our effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This is not just an environmental necessity, it is also of great importance for the success of biotechnology. And ultimately, this is a question of intergenerational justice. We could lose 1 million species within decades as a result of human action. Such a world would be incomparable to today. I support the Secretary General's call for transformative change. We must do more and do better to protect our nature. Our production and consumption patterns must be guided by sustainability. In Liechtenstein, we have undergone a rapid change from a rural economy to an industrialized and technology-driven nation. I believe that we can be equally efficient in transforming our relationship to nature with the right knowledge, the proper technology, and the correct values. Liechtenstein is committed to this cause in our own country, in cooperation with our neighbors, and at the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the hereditary prince and acting head of state of the Principality of Liechtenstein for the statement just made. I now invite the Federal President of the Republic of Austria to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. There are many success stories about nature and biodiversity protection in Austria. Almost a third of our national territory is protected under different categories. 6 outstanding national parks represent the variety of the Austrian landscapes and wildlife. However, as everywhere in the world, we feel the loss of biodiversity and natural habitats, particularly in vulnerable alpine regions and wetlands. To counteract this, the Austrian government has initiated an inclusive process, the Biodiversity Dialogue 2030, aimed at setting up a new biodiversity strategy for post-2020. Its key objective is to establish biodiversity protection as an overall task and duty of our society. Simply because biodiversity is not only about nature protection, it is about protecting ourselves. Austria is therefore strongly committed to the full and coherent implementation of the Convention on Biological Diversity and its 2 protocols. As member of the European Union, we support the EU's new Biodiversity Strategy 2030, a central element of the European Green Deal. Biodiversity is also our strong ally in our joint fight against our greatest global threat, the climate crisis. The 2 issues are intrinsically linked. We will not be able to win the fight against the climate crisis without an intact and healthy environment. We have arrived at an enormously important crossroads for many reasons. Never before have our world's vulnerabilities and inequalities been revealed so startlingly indeed, as in the COVID-19 pandemic. Never before could we feel, especially during the lockdown, how important nature is for our well-being and health. And never before have we possessed such overwhelming scientific evidence on the state of nature and biodiversity and the drivers of its loss. But for the first time in our history, we have real opportunities to change the game, to make an important step towards transforming our economies, our policies, our societies. Let's not bring back business as usual after the pandemic. Let's aim for real change.
I thank the Federal President of the Republic of Austria for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the State of Israel to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, President of the General Assembly, Vulkan Muskir, Excellencies, dear guests, thank you. Thank you so much for this important summit. The State of Israel lies at the crossroads of 3 continents. We are a meeting place, not only for cultures and peoples, but for over 500 million birds flying from Europe to Africa each year. We are a small country, but we are home to many unique natural wonders. Israeli startups are changing the way the world grows its food, produces its energy, and make its water safe to drink. At the same time, we also face many challenges in Israel, including threats to our open space and our wildlife. Israel is deeply committed to working with the United Nations and with all nations to protect biodiversity. We are at a critical moment in these efforts. It is time for urgent action. The coronavirus has shown that humanity is able to change its behavior when we understand the needs. As the nations of the world plan the recovery from COVID, we have our opportunity to change course. As part of our recovery plan in Israel, we are focusing on clean energy, clean tech, and restoring natural spaces. These efforts will be good not only for nature, but for our economy as well. Nature-based solutions to regional challenges are creating new partnership between Israel and our Palestinian neighbors and cousins, and with Jordan. They are creating new bonds of trust and cooperation. We plan all the time to begin similar projects with the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, and with our countries in the Middle East. Dear friends, nature and the environment knows no border. They cannot really understand borders. Just as we must work together to defeat the coronavirus, we must work together to save nature. We must overcome the divisions of the past so that we can build a better future for our region, for the planet, and for all of our children. And I would like, once again, to thank you very much for taking part in this convention. And I would like to bless you with the traditional blessing of the Jews at the beginning of the Jewish year, Shana Tova. Happy New Year to you And God bless all of you.
I thank the President of the State of Israel for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the recorded statement to the Summit on Biodiversity by His Excellency Gotabaya Rajapaksa, President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. I thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Aiba. I am deeply honored to represent the people of Sri Lanka at this high-level summit on biodiversity. The concepts of biodiversity must be at the very core of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Despite the rapid decline seen in biodiversity globally over the recent decades, Sri Lanka is deeply committed to uphold the overarching spirit of the Convention on Biodiversity. There is a critical need for a transformation and change in the relationship between nature and people and contemporary global environmental governance. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. As a member of the Commonwealth of Nations, Sri Lanka endorsed the Commonwealth Blue Charter in 2018, and as such, we will champion the Commonwealth Blue Charter Action Group on mangrove ecosystems and livelihoods. Further, the Colombo Declaration on Sustainable Nitrogen Management was adopted last year. We as world leaders must better manage nitrogen, ensuring the sustenance of humankind. Sri Lanka is home to two UNESCO natural heritage sites, the Central Highlands and the Singaraja Rainforest Reserve. We are also proud of our 6 sites recognized under the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. Sri Lanka firmly stands committed to protect and sustainably manage these natural assets that contribute to our unique and rich biodiversity. We have been mindful of conserving ecosystems to the highest extent possible, even during the redesigning of cities and urban areas. The wetland parks that we have created in cities, especially in and around our capital, Sri Jayawardenepura Kotte, are home to an array of plant and animal species, offering a mini rainforest experience within crowded cities. The ancient governance of Sri Lanka was built on the concept that the ruler is never the owner of the land. He is merely its caretaker on behalf of his countrymen and all living beings. This is the very principle that my government has adopted in our development agenda. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as mere trustees of this planet and its resources, we must resolve to protect what is in our trust and pass it to future generations as best as we could. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka for the statement just made. I now invite the Sovereign Prince of Monaco to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, excellencies, dear friends. Of all the many and painful crises our world is enduring, that of biodiversity is without a doubt one of the least perceptible. It is nevertheless one of the most acute, as was confirmed in the first report of the IPBES last year. We are in the midst of the 6th extinction of humankind. We are responsible for it. This year alone, In the last 50 years alone, around 50% of the planet's vertebrates have disappeared. Thousands of species have become extinct. A third of the 90,500 of the species studied last year by the IUCN are now directly under threat. This phenomenon is not only measured in terms of loss of species, it's also measured in terms of harvest loss, drought, floods, and is measured in human tragedy. I won't talk here about the health consequences of this situation. Emerging illnesses are often, of course, the result of the fact that human beings have trampled on natural ecosystems. Everywhere across the globe, threats to biodiversity are some of the main perils that humankind will have to face in the decades to come. And yet, we only note very scant progress thus far, at a time when we're closing the decade that the United Nations has devoted to this matter. It is for this reason that we need to increase our efforts on all fronts. I wish to particularly touch upon marine biodiversity. This is one of the subjects that I believe is a priority and which is so rarely understood to its full extent. Oceans often contain a wealth of biodiversity about which there is a great deal of ignorance, but this biodiversity is under threat. The IPBES estimates that 2/3 of our oceans are under threat. To preserve their biodiversity, we need to fight against climate change, which wreaks so much devastation in marine environments, and that was proved by the IPCC report we commissioned and which was published in Monaco last year. Climate change destroys habitats and disturbs ocean currents, and we need to fight against the corollary of climate change, that is ocean acidification, which is already damaging many species. And that has been demonstrated by many of the studies Monaco has conducted. We also need to eradicate plastic pollution by banning single-use plastics and promoting plastic recycling. We need to better preserve marine ecosystems by enlarging marine protected areas. We can but note that the minimum of 10% fixed by the CBD has not been reached in terms of area covered by MPAs. In the forthcoming conference in China, we'll need to fix more ambitious goals for both land and sea. It is for this reason that Monaco has joined the Global Ocean Alliance, whose goal is to have 30% of our oceans by the year 2030 with marine protected area status. And that should include Antarctica, that our ancestors in their wisdom devoted to the study of science. We also, with France and Tunisia, have joined the MedFund. This is an innovative mechanism designed to preserve and link up marine protected areas. Finally, I wish to draw your attention to the worrying situation of the coral reefs. Coral reefs should receive particular attention given their importance and their current situation. And this is the rationale behind the SICKLY initiative devoted to coral reefs. We co-chair this initiative, and it aims to acknowledge the specific needs of the coral reefs within the global biodiversity framework. We're not simply here talking about preserving a few species, a few ecosystems, or even a few seas. It's a question of preserving our planet, our future, and our very lives. It is for this reason that it is so important to act without delay. Thank you.
I thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Kenya to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by underscoring that Kenya aligns itself to the statement delivered by His Excellency Ifran Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, on behalf of the Group of 77 in China. Mr. President, it gives me great honor to participate in this summit this year that marks the super year for biodiversity and nature. The year has provided us with a unique opportunity to get back on track on both biodiversity and nature. The theme for the summit, therefore, urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development, speaks volumes to the challenges we face and the role we must collectively play to execute the global responsibility. Kenya, being one of the 10 mega-diverse countries in the world, recognizes the critical role of biodiversity in supporting cultural, economic, environmental needs, including sustainable development. However, these vital resources are at a state of global emergency primarily because of human activity. The rate of biodiversity loss, habitat fragmentation, degradation, pollution, and species extinction, as well as disasters linked to climate and extreme weather such as heat waves, droughts, floods, are causing mass destruction across the world. In the process, this mass destruction is compromising the primary safety nets that provide for lives as well as livelihoods. It is therefore critical that the United Nations Human Settlement Program, UN Habitat, and the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, among other global bodies, such as the Convention of the International Trade on Endangered Species, are empowered to take up the challenges in a holistic manner. Mr. President, as a nature-based economy, Kenya in 2017 imposed a ban on single-use plastics, and later in 2018 imposed a moratorium on logging, which has resulted in enormous benefits for our environment. Furthermore, Kenya has sought fundamental action in the green and blue economy, premised on clean energy, increased forest cover, conservation, as well as the sustainable use of oceans to protect our biodiversity. Importantly, we wish to note that with the support of the United Nations Environmental Program, Kenya is among the 92 countries that have submitted their 6th national report to the Convention on Biodiversity, which encapsulates the progress, achievements made, and measures taken to address gaps in the implementation of the Aichi biodiversity targets. In addition, in Kenya, we are committed to the development and full implementation of an ambitious and transformational post-2020 global biodiversity framework for the adoption of the 15th Conference of Parties to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. This will be key to reaching the SDGs, informed by the best available science, research, as well as indigenous and traditional knowledge. In this regard, Mr. President, we call for urgent action to halt and reverse the destruction of nature. This will accelerate the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals and the biodiversity targets that expire this year. We must all work together, Mr. President, with scaled-up ambition, through partnerships, collaborations, and cooperation. Mr. President, we must build back better and smarter as long as it is no longer business as usual, but rather business unusual, to urgently deal with the vulnerabilities of our societies, our economies, for a post-COVID-19 recovery. A recovery that must put us back on track and promote harmony between people and nature. I thank you all for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Kenya for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Slovenia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the high rate of biodiversity decline represents a serious threat to life on our planet and undermines human development. COVID-19 pandemic manifests a clear link between human health and health of ecosystems. The need to protect and restore our national habitat is even more urgent. The color of our post-pandemic world must be green and oriented towards sustainable production and consumption without overstepping planetary boundaries. Biodiversity conservation is beneficial It safeguards global food security and contributes to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Slovenia is a land of forests and ample water resources. My country occupies less than 0.5% of the Earth's surface. At the same time, it provides home to 1% of today's known species. This makes Slovenia a special guardian of biodiversity on a global level, committed to nature conservation. Our determination to preserve gifts of nature has led us to take concrete steps, such as introducing green and environmental taxes, use of renewable energy sources, and declaration of access to clean drinking water as constitutional right. World Bee Day, proclaimed by the United Nations, is Slovenia's initiative. I would like to thank you for your support. On 20th May, we raise awareness of the importance of pollinators for biodiversity and sustainable development. In the 21st century, security and prosperity will depend on how we manage global goods. The world is standing in front of an important opportunity to redefine people's relationship with nature. I would like to reaffirm Slovenia's and my personal commitment to stop an unprecedented rate of biodiversity loss and halt climate change effects. Let us all become international leaders on biodiversity to protect humanity's most important life-supporting safety net. Thank you so much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of South Africa to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has badly affected the ability of national economies to respond to challenges like environmental degradation and climate change. But even as we prioritize economic revival and reconstruction, we must maintain our collective commitment to environmental conservation. This is even more important when considering that there are strong linkages between environmental destruction and the emergence of new deadly diseases in humans. Devastating processes such as biodiversity loss, deforestation, the loss of farmland, animal habitat loss, and the consumption of wild species are creating conditions for infectious diseases that we will soon be unable to control. South Africa commits to working with the UN Environmental Programme in the development of tools to track the future emergence of zoonotic diseases. South Africa is the third most mega biodiverse country in the world, endowed with unique species and ecosystems found nowhere else on Earth. As a signatory to the Convention on Biological Diversity, we are working to conserve our biodiversity, promote its sustainable use, and ensure the benefits of the commercial use of genetic resources are fairly distributed. We have a biodiversity economy strategy that integrates the sustainable management of biodiversity with job and business creation opportunities. We have increased our territorial protected areas and our protected ocean space. As nations of the world, we must appreciate the complex interdependence between nature, economic activity, and human development. In pursuit of sustainable development, our recovery strategies can and should strike a balance between environmental and economic imperatives. We need a holistic approach to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 15 on halting biodiversity loss. As responsible global citizens, we need to change our behavior as well as our consumption patterns, and we should work to integrate approaches to improve conservation of species and ecosystems. We need to adopt sustainable land management practices and to restore degraded lands and implement sustainable food production models and develop more climate-friendly agriculture. There needs to be a shift away from economic models that value growth for growth's sake towards a circular economy. We must engage with local communities and draw on traditional knowledge, as well as to promote the inclusion of women and indigenous populations in bioprospecting, as well as other sectors. As we emerge from COVID-19 pandemic, not only must we raise the ambition of our biodiversity targets, we must also ensure that the recovery effort fosters greater and not less harmony with nature. Through improved awareness, through improved collaboration and collective determination, we can ensure that we build back both greener and better. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of South Africa for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to participate in this segment of the high-level summit convened ahead of the 15th session of the Conference of States Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. I am aware that the objective of the summit is to mobilize greater support and enhance action at the highest levels of government, industry, academia, and civil society against biodiversity loss. This summit presents a unique opportunity for each of us as global leaders to demonstrate measurable commitment to accelerate action towards the development of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Indeed, negligence in renewing our commitment to hold the ongoing destruction of nature and nature-based solutions will seriously threaten our collective existence in the post-coronavirus era. I am concerned that the attainment of national developmental priorities as well as internationally agreed developmental aspirations will be hampered if the critical value of biodiversity and ecosystem services are not recognized and appreciated by our citizens. Nigeria, like other countries, has a wide array of rich and valuable national heritage that include impressive network of wetlands, wildlife, and forestry resources. Regrettably, most of the indigenous flora and fauna commonly found within the country are becoming endangered and facing extinction. To reverse this situation, we have developed the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan as an enabler for integrating biodiversity considerations into sectoral and cross-sectoral policies, plans and programs at all levels of the government. We are reviewing our biodiversity-related laws and developing shelter belts across 11 states in the country. In addressing biodiversity loss, we are implementing the hydrocarbon pollution remediation program in Ogoni land. The ongoing cleanup is another landmark in the ecosystem restoration initiative of our administration. It is aimed at improving livelihood of communities in the South-South region of the country. Significantly, our administration has also approved a new national forest policy in July this year to ensure continuous socio-economic development that will provide optimal benefits to the people and government of Nigeria in a sustainably managed environment. Beyond this, we are considering the development of a national mangrove restoration project to deliver qualitative livelihood benefits to the Niger Delta region. Furthermore, we are currently implementing a national program on reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, a mechanism developed by parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This program is aimed at discouraging deforestation, conserving already existing forests, enhancing carbon stock, and mitigating climate change impact. We have also facilitated the designation of Kinema Nature Park in Bonny Island, River State, as the 12th Ramsar site of international importance. The government is equally incorporating biodiversity into tourism sector through a national program targeted at combating illegal wildlife trade and trafficking in two pilot protected area sites, namely Gashaka Gunti National Park and the Elkani Games Reserve. In fulfillment of our international obligations, Nigeria is expediting the process of accession to both the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization, as well as the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on liability and redress to the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. Concerning ocean governance and marine biodiversity protection, Nigeria is among the first 12 countries to sign on to the 30 by 30 Global Ocean Alliance. Accordingly, we have identified 2 viable sites for the establishment of marine protected areas to help in the protection, conservation, and management of both marine and coastal biodiversity resources. Leveraging on the strategic action plan of the Lake Chad Basin, Nigeria is spearheading sub-regional biodiversity action to mitigate insecurity, provide jobs, boost agricultural output, food security, and reduce poverty. Towards the delivery of our biodiversity aspirations, Nigeria has concentrated on the provision of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the protocols adopted under the Convention, and other relevant multilateral environmental agreements into national environmental policies and programs. Let me reiterate the call for dedicated international engagement in support of sub-regional efforts to raise the $50 billion United States required to actualize the recharging of the late child. Let me seize this opportunity to express Nigeria's support for the development and implementation of a post-2020 global biodiversity framework building on the Aichi biodiversity targets and the lessons learned from the implementation of the strategic plan for biodiversity 2011-2020. To this end, Nigeria calls for alignment of all national, sub-regional, and regional biodiversity ambitions with all internationally agreed development agenda 2030 for sustainable development. In order to ensure that no country is left behind in meeting the 2050 vision for biodiversity, Nigeria enjoys advanced economies to support developing nations with capacity building, technology transfer, and technical assistance. I firmly believe that traditional knowledge, innovation, and application of nature-based solutions are plausible steps to drive the biodiversity agenda. To sum up, the government of Nigeria will continue to explore the intrinsic values of biological diversity. We will effectively implement all biodiversity-related multilateral environmental agreements, including the Convention of Biological Diversity, the United Nations Strategic Plan for Forests, and the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration for a Better World. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Trippz to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, in His holy name, greetings from the people and the government of the Republic of Trippz. Biodiversity underpins life as we know it. Conservation and protection of biodiversity is therefore not merely a question of morality, but a question of our own survival. Unless we take urgent actions now, we are setting ourselves on the path of self-destruction. Mr. President, Trippz is committed to meeting its biodiversity targets. This is demonstrated in the establishment of the Phoenix Islands Protected Area known as PIPA, which is the second largest marine protected area in the world and the largest World Heritage Site. PIPA represents 11% of our EEZ, which exceeds the SDG 14.5 and Aichi 11 targets. With the absence of commercial human activity in this NPA, amongst other important functions, it serves as a breeding ground for tuna that is regenerating the world's tuna stock. In recognition of its global contributions, the UNGA passed a resolution in 2018 titled Oceans and the Law of the Sea, which recognized PIPA in OP 267 as an exemplary model of international cooperation, coordination, and collaboration in marine protection and conservation. PIPA is also host to rare and new species, including the recently discovered novel bacterium with potentially special properties important to mankind. Furthermore, Trippz is in the process of acceding the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing to protect and manage the access and use of unique genetic resources found in our oceans. Using the PIPA model, Trippz also created the Southern Line Islands Protected Area and a network of smaller community-based marine managed areas, further exceeding our SDG and Aichi targets. In recognition of our commitments on global biodiversity, Trippz was appointed the 2019 Commonwealth Tour Charter Champion for Sustainable Coastal Fisheries. PIPA will play an important role in the fulfillment of the government's vision for the next 20 years, in light of its critical conservation function that will underpin the sustainability of the fisheries sector and and its great ecosystem potential. Mr. President, it is alarming to know that progress on global biodiversity has not been enough. The world needs more actions and less talking. Global issues of biodiversity and climate change are closely linked, and you cannot address one without the other. KPT is committed to raising ambition for the post-2020 global biodiversity and climate change targets, and I call upon leaders to follow suit. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Kiribati for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, on the occasion of the Biodiversity Summit.
Your Excellency, Mr. Volkan Voska, President of the 75th session of the General Assembly, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, it is an honor to address this United Nations Summit on biodiversity, convened at an opportune time when the world is grappling with interconnected complex challenges affecting our planet. We commend the Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Mrema, for convening this important summit. Zimbabwe, like the rest of the world, faces unprecedented emergencies caused by challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and the threat of COVID-19 on the gains made with regards to biodiversity conservation and the ability to meet sustainable development goals. These negative trends must be halted and reversed to avoid a global environmental tragedy. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, whose origin is linked to Mother Nature, has reminded us that humanity and the environment are inseparable. Instinctively, sustainable global partnerships to nurture the relationship between humanity and the environment have therefore become more urgent. Excellencies, the forthcoming 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, COP15, presents an opportunity to develop a framework for realizing a nature-positive and carbon-neutral world by 2030. This is a necessary step towards the vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. My country will match this ambition by appropriately reviewing and implementing its national biodiversity strategy and action plan using a multi-sectoral approach. The RG targets set out in the strategic plan for biodiversity 2011 to 2020 are not on track. We must seek to redouble our efforts towards accomplishing the agreed targets and goals guided by science. In addition, a funding mechanism to support capacity building and technology transfer to developing countries is therefore of utmost importance. Without these interventions, the failures of urged biodiversity targets will continue to haunt us. The principle of common but differential responsibilities in relation to resource mobilization and financial support remain crucial for the the successful implementation of the plan. Excellencies, the interlinkages between biodiversity, food security, disaster risk reduction, health, and climate change cannot be overemphasized. This brings to the fore the need to align the goals of the post-2020 biodiversity framework with the SDGs to ensure the full realization of sustainable development, living in harmony with nature. In concluding, Zimbabwe remains fully committed to the three core objectives of the Biodiversity Convention, which are conservation, benefit sharing, and sustainable use. We will thus deploy the appropriate interventions and the resources towards the realization of its successful implementation. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe for the statement just made. We have just heard the last speaker on the list for this morning. However, the Assembly will continue to hear the pre-recorded statements in the spillover event immediately following this segment. Therefore, I kindly encourage the delegates to remain seated. We shall then continue the summit at 3 p.m. in this hall for the Leaders' Dialogues 1 and 2. Before adjourning, suspending the meeting, I would like to call the attention of members to the letter circulated on 20th of September 2020, which has information regarding the occupational safety and health plan for this meeting, including the possibility of a follow-up in the unfortunate and hopefully unlikely event of a case of COVID-19. The meeting is adjourned.
Welcome to Global 3000. The Shah Mountains in North Macedonia boast stunning landscapes, but this natural paradise is under threat. In India, we visit school children determined to learn during the pandemic, even outdoors in less than ideal conditions. And in Mexico, education currently means sitting in front of a TV. We look at the impact of schools staying closed for months. Education, shared learning, and the opportunity to engage with their peers. Barely anything is more important for children. But the coronavirus pandemic has turned things upside down for our globe's 1.5 billion school kids. Shut schools have led to homeschooling and online remote learning. It's a highly improvised situation. But education generally has long been a pressing global issue. 264 million children worldwide have no access to it at all, and the pandemic has made things much worse. Currently, around 463 million children are not receiving any form of education, neither in the classroom nor at home. Better to have a bit of school than none at all. That's the motto of the Mexican government. Its current education program centers around something found in most living rooms.
A kitchen for a classroom, and instead of pen and paper, a remote control. It's a way of learning that calls for a lot of discipline.
It feels weird, but I'll do my best.
Between 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 7 in the evening, all middle school students in Mexico watch classes on TV. Topics include the Big Bang and Galileo.
They said Galileo went to prison, but I don't get why.
11-year-old Christopher's questions will remain unanswered. The government-funded program broadcasts a new class every day. Infection levels in the country are still high, and children may not yet return to the classroom. Christopher doesn't want to get the virus in case he infects his grandmother. Next up is music. followed by math. Christopher is glad when his mother comes home from work earlier than usual.
Have you got a class? Yes, but I only understand half of it.
Hilda is a single mother. She's supposed to work the whole day, but she wants to be there to help her son get used to this new kind of learning.
If they don't pay attention in school, then they really aren't going to concentrate when they're left on their own with the TV and their school books.
Meanwhile, private schools in Mexico are focusing on online classrooms. For her Spanish class, Isabella is collecting objects and will write a story about them. She only gets to see her classmates on a screen, but at least she sees them.
At first, I thought it would be terrible, but it isn't. It's new, but I'd still prefer actual school.
In English class, there's a surprise test in store. She gets to talk to her teachers, and her parents are working at home, so they're on hand to help too. For 10-year-old Isabella, online learning is going well.
High five, guys!
Many in Mexico fear that the pandemic will exacerbate the country's problem with social inequality.
There's a growing imbalance. I'm worried about our country. Education is what society needs in order to make progress.
The Mexican government is pinning its hopes on the school broadcasts. Given that 16 million households have no internet connection, the TV classes are the best solution. Simply allowing millions of children to miss out on school isn't an option, experts say.
Ethically speaking, that would be a mistake. We would have failed in our educational duty. This is an alternative. It's not perfect. It doesn't reach everyone. We must continue to look for better solutions, other options.
Hilda is concerned. Christopher hasn't taken any notes at all. At some point, the teachers are supposed to email their students questions about what they've learned. The family borrowed an old iPad from friends.
To be honest, I'm not sure that we will learn much this way.
Instead of returning to the classroom for the new school year, Mexico's school children are watching TV. It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing.
Things are far from ideal for many school kids in India too, and images like these seem like a distant dream right now. India has been hard hit by the coronavirus. Government schools have been closed since the lockdown started, affecting almost 250 million primary and secondary school kids. Only older pupils are still receiving partial tuition. For poorer families, there's no alternative to analog education, but some are determined to make it happen.
The sight that greets Poonam every morning is typical in today's India. The country is one huge construction site. Society is in flux, and India is visibly transforming. Beneath this overpass on the outskirts of Delhi, Poonam and other local teenagers are meeting for lessons in reading, writing, and arithmetic. A school on a building site. The din is deafening. Obviously, this isn't a suitable place for a classroom, but with state schools closed because of the coronavirus pandemic, the kids have no other option.
That's why I come here. I come twice a day so I can keep up with my studies. We have English in the morning and math and science in the afternoon. It means I can keep up with my classes and hopefully at some point pass my exams.
Naresh Pal is a qualified social scientist. He's applied for a job with the government and is waiting to hear back. In the meantime, he volunteers as a teacher in this makeshift school.
These students haven't been able to go to school for 4 or 5 months. It's really hard on them. They come from poor families, their parents are illiterate, day labourers, field workers. It's hard enough for them to get an education at all, and now the pandemic has made it even more difficult.
Poonam goes home at midday. Her parents are hard at work on the fields, harvesting okra. Her mother has been up since dawn and expects Poonam to help out.
I helped out with the harvest yesterday, and today I also have to help. I don't like working on the fields, but my mother says we children have to help. Then the work is done faster. My brother takes the vegetables to the market.
I've always worked. I never went to school. It wasn't an option for me.
The Kumaris have 6 children who all need to be looked after and fed until they leave home. Poonam is 15, and her mother feels it's time she moved out.
The costs of keeping our fields going are so high, we barely have enough to get by. We would have married her off, but we can't afford a dowry. No one would take her without one.
Sons can eventually bring in an income, but to poor families, daughters are simply an added expense, and there's no point in getting them an education. The poorer the family, the more deeply entrenched this way of thinking is. India has a population of nearly 1.4 billion, and millions live in poverty. Only 1 in 5 households has internet access. In many rural areas, there isn't even electricity. This digital divide contributes to social inequality. Experts warn that now the global pandemic is further jeopardizing children's educational opportunities.
The laudable efforts in terms of schooling of children in remote tribal areas. The digital means that even those who have walked to the school in the last decade or so, they are off the map of learning. The infrastructure penetration for receiving digital is not even patchy, it's simply non-existent if we look at the divide of inequality.
The most important challenge that we are facing is the lack of technological devices, the smart devices. There is a huge gap between the haves and have-nots. So the children who are not having the internet connectivity or the smart devices, they are definitely lacking in this virtual environment.
In India, education is a privilege not everyone can afford. Fortunately for Ashi, her middle-class family can afford it. Her classes are now online. No problem for a student with a reliable internet connection at home. A private school in India costs the equivalent of around 1,000 euros a year. For most people, that's simply unaffordable.
When I think of the government schools, I feel that I'm so privileged to be in a family which can provide me with resources like laptops, internet, but think of the government school children who are not able to even attend the classes. So that's, I think so, a lack of this.
The classes held underneath the bridge on the outskirts of Delhi are worlds away from Ashi's online lessons. So far, no one here has come down with the virus, but no one wears masks, and the students are huddled together. If they keep their distance, they wouldn't hear the teacher above the noise. So they're taking their chances.
If they miss one day, they can catch up. But if they miss a whole year of schooling, they'll miss the boat completely and won't stand a chance.
All these young people want is a chance to improve their lot in life by getting an education. Now, even that modest goal could be denied them.
I don't want to end up like my parents working on the field. I want to learn something and have a better life. I want to make something of myself. I want to be educated.
Poonam would like to be a teacher one day and give other young people like herself better opportunities. For that, she's willing to go to a makeshift school under an overpass on a construction site.
And now for Global Ideas, we head over to the Balkans. Our reporter Holger Chetchak travelled to North Macedonia before the pandemic and enjoyed some local traditions, as well as some awe-inspiring nature. The European Green Belt is a nature conservation initiative running along the corridor of the former Iron Curtain, which once divided East and West Europe. Its aim is to protect natural environments around this area, environments like the Shah Mountains in North Macedonia.
It doesn't take long to set up a mobile outdoor cinema in the village of Vratnica. By contrast, efforts to establish a new national park here in North Macedonia have been dragging on for decades. Vratnica lies at the foot of the Shar Planina mountain range. Frozina Pandorska is a conservation activist based in the capital, Skopje. She and her friends have come here to screen a short film about Shar Planina. She wants to win over the people living here to her cause. There are problems to address. Trash is one of them. Quite a few villagers show up for the screening. Pandorska and her colleagues organized it under the auspices of the NGO Friends of Shar, where they work. They weren't sure local people would in fact be interested. Pandorska, who is a journalist, says conservation does not top the list of her country's priorities. But she contends that with enough popular support, it should be possible to do more to protect this beautiful mountainous area. After the screening, the activists and local people talk about their concerns. Villagers have been struggling for 5 years to prevent the construction of a hydropower plant nearby. They challenged the Friends of Shar, asking why they haven't been helping them. They said the NGO should engage more with the people who actually live here. There are many villages in the region facing similar problems. Shar Planina measures 80 kilometers by 30. Over the past 2 decades, threats to this scenic wilderness have been mounting.
Shar Planina is the mountain range with the greatest biodiversity in North Macedonia, and it must be protected to the highest degree. If it is declared a national park, it will be accorded the most protection, even across national borders.
Shar Planina lies near what was once the Iron Curtain. The ribbon of land and some areas nearby have been designated the European Greenbelt by an association of the same name. Its mission is to protect the natural landscapes there, which have been shielded for decades from major developments such as farming and construction. The association promotes ecotourism. Renovating mountain huts and building new ones should entice more hikers to come and explore. The association also seeks to counter illegal logging, which is a serious problem here. The timber mafia has carved this track through the forest without permission. It extends for several kilometers. An SUV blocks the path. Behind it, heavy equipment. They're often armed, and it would not be wise to go any further with the camera rolling. The conservationists monitor changes in the forest with the help of an app and satellite imagery. Jovan Bozinovsky is a mountain guide and also active in Friends of Shar. He says the timber thieves sometimes fell trees, and they just leave them lying around in the forest. Shepherds are natural allies of the conservationists, as they have a vital interest in preserving the forests and meadows and keeping an eye on illegal logging. The Friends of Shar platform emphasizes the importance of monitoring. Nasser Gemaili is a sheep farmer. He used to take visitors on hikes until the pandemic hit. On the terrain up here, four-wheel drive vehicles are of no use. Friends of Shar see great potential in gentle tourism. Nasser Gemaili and his brother have 5,000 sheep. The ewe's milk cheese they make is famous throughout the region. Their entire business depends on the preservation of the natural habitat.
I would totally welcome a national park in Shar Planina. That's why I support the initiative.
Nasser Gemaili and his brother inherited the farm from their parents and have since expanded its operations. They employ 25 shepherds. During the season, they spend 2 weeks at a time up in the mountains, living in huts like this. The only source of power here are small solar panels, enough to light the huts. With a new hydropower plant, that would change, the shepherd explains.
It would be good. Then our little villages would finally have electricity.
These small hydropower plants are promoted as a green energy and good for people, but in reality, they destruct the ecosystem of the rivers.
The conservationists promote traditional ways of life, but most people want at least a few modern conveniences. One of the few hydro plants is to be located in this valley. The plan is to construct 70 in Shar Planina. Although work appears to be already underway, Frozina Pandurska says the one here has not yet been approved. Not everybody in the villages of Shar Planina is concerned about protecting the environment and finding an alternative to improvised rubbish dumps. Construction of the hydropower plants up in the mountains is well underway. They use so much water that downstream in the valley, the water levels in the river are getting low. Parts of the Balkans still feel very remote and left behind. But even here, there seem to be more cars. Friends of Shar has several members of its team out and about in the area, including Vojislav Gushevsky.
There's still a lot of work to be done, and that includes explaining the issues to people and telling them about the rules on how to behave in a national park.
It now looks as if the Shar Planina National Park will finally be established next year. On paper, that is. But that is at least a start.
And now from the natural world of the Balkans to the wildlife of Australia. The land down under is a vast and ecologically diverse country. No wonder then that Australia's national parks attract millions of tourists each year, nor that many of Australia's 25 million residents prefer to spend their leisure time outside. Now the pandemic is encouraging some city dwellers to become even more acquainted with nature.
Bushcraft, how to survive in the wild. That's what Mark Bernard wants to learn on this course. When he was young, he worked on a farm in the outback for a while. He wants to regain the sense of freedom he enjoyed back then. The participants are learning how to filter water through a leather bag.
Can't miss the bush. And there's a real connection that you have with the bush. It's like just everything feels better in the city. It is artificial, it disconnects you from everything. This is reconnecting,
His 13-year-old son Joseph is not quite so enthusiastic about the course. He came along to please his father. He says he would rather be at home playing online video games with his friends, especially Fortnite.
That's the world of online connectivity these days. And it's really, I really like that. I really like being able to hang out with my mates, even though there's this COVID thing. I like being able to hang out with my mates, play games, progress through the game, and then we're doing it all together.
This 3-day course is being held near Sydney. Survival training is popular these days in Australia. It was the pandemic that prompted Simone Graham to sign up. Seeing people storm the supermarkets to buy toilet paper set her thinking.
The current circumstances around the world and the need to be self-sufficient and reliant upon myself should worst case scenario ever play out. I realised pretty quickly that I don't have the basic skills and foundation that we all once held.
it's always important.
The instructor, Gordon Dedman, tells his students about which wild plants are edible and how they can find their way without a compass or map. These topics have not enthralled Joseph, but his father hasn't given up hope.
It's about trying to teach him self-reliance as well. You know, and I wanted him to, even if everyone else around him is panicking and carrying on and that, I want him to be able to be like, that's okay. You know what I mean? Cooler heads prevail.
It's winter time in Australia, so it gets dark early. Supper tonight is kangaroo meat and vegetables. Joseph is impervious to the romantic charms of campfires and starlit skies in the wild.
A warm bed. That's what I'm going to dream of. I'm going to do a warm bed and just add, some ravioli. I really like ravioli. Like a lot.
They've all survived a bitingly cold night in their sleeping bags and bivouacs. They have to keep feeding their fires to ward off the chill. Joseph looks like he's feeling pretty wrecked. Not that he would say so.
It was pretty good. It was enjoyable, yeah. I didn't wake up once, which was a nice change. But yeah, there's a lovely blanket, worked pretty well.
It's the last day and time for the final exam.
Area that you haven't. So you're going to boil a litre of water. You'll have to get it off to the rolling boil. Shelter up and set the navigation thing. You're going to have 20 minutes to do that. You have ideally 20 minutes to complete this individually.
As the course draws to a close, Joseph starts to warm to the tasks. The father and son team complete their assignments in time.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Wow, someone's directly in my eyes.
He's not sweating as much as I am, but that's okay.
Well, I'm younger, I'm more spry than you are.
Gordon is pleased, and Joseph is glad he came along.
I just kept going and I listened to it, and although I didn't take notes because I'm a bit of a silly bugger, yeah, it's great. All the stuff he's taught, it's valuable stuff. It's not like I'm never going to use this. It's like in case of emergency, you got a knife, you got a ferro rod and a top, and you can do a bunch.
We can't see the sun.
The final exercise, how to let people know you are there when you are lost.
Make something up, you have one injured person, you know the number.
3 days of practical training in how to survive in the wild, but also 3 days of personal growth and reflection.
Keep going on to get a picture of you guys.
And that's all from us at Global 3000 this week. Do drop us a line and let us know what you thought. You can reach us at global3000@dw.com. See you next time. The COVID-19 crisis is an unprecedented challenge, but UN peacekeeping is still performing its vital peace and security tasks, protecting some of the world's most vulnerable and helping to nurture a fragile peace in some of the world's most dangerous places. During this pandemic, UN peacekeeping is performing vital peace and security tasks and continuing to deliver on our mandates, helping to respond, supporting national and local authorities with logistics, training, awareness, and equipment, protecting our staff and partners to make sure we're part of the solution, not part of the problem, helping to contain and mitigate, ensuring our personnel are not contagion vectors, helping the most vulnerable, focusing our efforts on the possible spread of COVID-19 in peacekeeping contexts, making sure our operations are prepared. To learn more about our work, visit us at peacekeeping.un.org.
In the United States, our buildings are responsible for over 40% of carbon emissions. People aren't aware of this. We think about our cars and other things as the things that are producing carbon emissions. But silently around us, all of our buildings, our homes, our office buildings, schools, hospitals, they're all burning energy. And that is a big part of the climate problem. I'm a very active proponent, I guess, of Passive House, because it's just clear to me that it's a very powerful way to transform buildings into a form of climate action. In the clean energy space, we're seeing solar panels and wind just plummeting cost and performance rising really rapidly. We need to take a cue from that and harness science, essentially, to build better buildings. And that's what Passive House does. In order to meet the Paris Accord targets, we need to flatten out emissions by 2020 and then see emissions reduced by half every decade afterward.
The moral imperative for action is clear. All of us, governments, businesses, consumers, will have to make changes. More than that, we will have to be the change.
So it blocks the sun. I am an environmentalist. I was an engineer for about 10 years. I have been now in construction for about 10 or 11 years. I like to work with my hands, and I like construction a lot, and wanted to take it to sort of another level, to really do something meaningful in the community. Once you build a house, hopefully it's going to last for a very long time, and you kind of have one opportunity to really fix the energy consumption of the house. And you lock in that energy consumption for 100 years. And so for me, that was a very compelling idea. So we decided to do this house that way. So it is an airtight house, and so we have continuous ventilation. So we're delivering fresh air to the house all the time. Might be a little challenging to film in here. So this is the heat recovery ventilator. It's bringing in incoming fresh air from outside, and it's filtering that air. So this is delivering fresh air to the house continually.
The Passive House movement is really taking off across the Northeast and across the United States. What we are doing here in New York, we're trying to create a market to do very deep retrofits of existing buildings. The first piece of the equation for me is really reducing the energy we consume. Once you reduce the energy you consume in your building by 50, 60, 70%, then it becomes much easier and possible to meet that energy demand with renewable energy, be it solar, be it wind farms.
There's a real possibility that Passive House could scale up quick enough to create a zero net carbon built environment by 2050, which is what we need to do.
I'm sure it was the same thing when the first houses had to be plumbed and have electricity. Oh, this is a stupid idea, and we're never going to be able to, it's too expensive, right? I mean, it's the same thing. It's just we're working on how to make the energy more sensible.
C'est juste parfait. C'est pas la
première fois que je vois ça, mais à chaque fois, ça me donne un sentiment nouveau. On se rend compte qu'on est petit par rapport à ça. Incroyable, non?
Le delta du fleuve Sénégal est une région vraiment essentielle pour beaucoup d'espèces. C'est un site exceptionnel tant au niveau de sa diversité en nombre d'espèces, mais surtout aussi ce qui est le plus impressionnant, c'est les concentrations d'oiseaux qu'on a ici.
Les oiseaux sont des ressources partagées. Une partie de l'année, ces oiseaux sont là. Une autre partie, donc, ils sont dans d'autres lieux. Donc, nous nous devons quand même de protéger donc, leur site qu'ils traversent.
Si la conservation n'est pas maintenue dans les zones d'hivernage, toute la population Europe occidentale est compromise.
Ici, au Parc national des oiseaux du Djoudj, la contribution principale, c'est l'appui au dénombrement international des oiseaux d'eau. Donc, c'est à la fois de l'appui en matériel, de l'appui financier et surtout de l'appui en renforcement de capacité.
Beaucoup de travail, oui, mais j'adore. Parce que j'apprends de jour en jour et c'est ça mon objectif, apprendre le plus possible et c'est juste magnifique.
L'importance de pouvoir faire des exercices de dénombrement annuels, en tout cas réguliers et précis, c'est essentiellement pour pouvoir suivre la ressource. On a besoin de connaître l'évolution des espèces, l'évolution de leurs effectifs, en vue de prendre les bonnes décisions de gestion.
Je souhaite que, dans le cadre de ce projet, que vraiment la zone des Trois Marigots soit une zone stratégique de développement, qui est un poumon vert pour le Sénégal, qui est vraiment une zone qui va, dans l'avenir, accueillir beaucoup de touristes.
Il faut vivre en collaboration avec la nature. Vivre, c'est bien, mais il faut avoir en tête la conservation, parce que nous ne serons pas les seuls à vivre ici. Il faut prendre en compte aussi les générations futures.
Hi, come here. My name is Budur. I am 18 years old and this is my home in Azraqam. We have to live here because of the war. So we work transport to Jordan for looking for safety. And now let me show you my house. Now here is the living room. She's my sister, and here's my mother. Hi, hello. Now this is my place, my favorite place to study, because I put all my books here. This is my collection box. Here there's chemistry, math, biology, history. I love chemistry, but this box is my special. I am studying very hard to achieve my dream. I hope to be the first Syrian woman who goes to the space. And now we are going to go to my school. I have studying here for 5 years. I started studying here since I was in 8th grade, and now I am in my last years in the school. I'm so excited. I love to sit with my mother every night and talk with her. spend all my day with it. I want to ask you a question. Why do you support my education?
أول شيء أنا بحب التعليم، التعليم هو سلاح، لما تحصل على تعليمها أكيد هي راح تقدر ما تكون تحت ظل أي حدا يتحكم فيها. فأنا لما تحصل على تعليم عالي أكيد هي راح تقدر تملك مفاتيح العالم كله وتواجه أي تحديات إلها وتعيش مستقلة وتأخذ آرائها بنفسها يعني.
And now you would have seen the life in Iraq. It is not easy and it is not a normal life for children. Because of that, we have to keep learning because education is very important and education everything. Me and my family doing our best to survive. So now I have to go. Wish me the best and thank you for visiting me. Bye bye.
Nyaba, man pela ngora yikam. Tino magad musa. Una ku tenga faji, nefa. Doctor ku ya rawa yembe, ne biga. Lara chile pile ne ton village. Tineba ne la papa man diga ne wodri. Na ozal. Tigi de ton le son hor la ton de mda titreme ti ton yubugi ton da ya poro la ton pelem san da yera sigi de me
Global 3000, thanks for joining us. Women doing traditionally male jobs, long inconceivable in Syria, but the long-running war has shaken everything up. The effects of the coronavirus pandemic continue to reverberate. South Africa's wildlife reserves are struggling to survive. And we meet the babies in Ukraine waiting for their parents. Why aren't they coming to collect them? Whether hetero or homosexual, many couples worldwide share the same dream, to have a baby. For some, though, this doesn't happen naturally, and that's where surrogacy can come in. Surrogate mothers become pregnant and bear a child on behalf of someone else, usually for a fee. Surrogacy is a multi-billion-dollar business and growing. According to one study, by 2025, the global surrogacy sector will be worth $27.5 billion. That even though it's banned in many countries. India is the world's leading market for surrogacy, with costs averaging $25,000. In Ukraine, it's more like 30,000, often much more. The coronavirus pandemic led to Ukraine closing its borders in March, denying entry to many foreign visitors, including couples eager to collect their baby.
Olena Ulanets and her colleagues have their hands full these days.
We look after each baby as well as possible.
They are caring for about 100 newborn babies stuck in this hotel in Kiev. They were carried to term by Ukrainian surrogate mothers for their biological parents in other countries. But then Ukraine imposed a ban on foreign visitors because of the coronavirus crisis.
It began in March. We suddenly had children, but no parents, after the borders were closed and the parents couldn't come and pick them up. We look after the babies day and night. We try to be like parents to them, even though that's impossible.
When video of the babies was released recently, it drew the world's attention to the scale of commercial surrogacy in Ukraine. This woman, we'll call her Natasha, is working. She usually lives with her parents in a country village. She has 2 children of her own, is divorced and otherwise out of work. Her dream is to have a home of her own.
This will lay the groundwork. I will have my own 4 walls and a roof over my head. I will find a job and build myself a house.
She is spending the final weeks of the pregnancy with another surrogate mother in Kiev. The surrogacy agency found her the apartment. Today, her case manager has come to visit. Natasha gets €300 a month and then €14,000 after the birth if all goes well. There is an extra fee for twins or a cesarean. She's got to know the biological parents and is in regular contact with them.
It's a couple in Denmark. Very nice people. We talk with the help of the agency because I don't speak English. We send each other videos and stay in touch.
The surrogate mothers have to surrender the babies right after birth to prevent any emotional attachment developing. That's the deal here. The parents of Natasha's baby girl are worried they won't be able to collect her at once because of the travel ban, and she will join the others in the hotel.
Of course, I'm very worried that we cannot come to Ukraine, but if we cannot, we just have to wait until we can and then make sure that somebody's taking care of our baby. I think that we have to hire somebody, a nanny, to take care of her.
In Denmark, commercial surrogacy is banned. In Ukraine, it's permitted, and it has become very big business. The biggest company in the field is Biotexcom. It charges 50 to 70,000 euros per baby. This is the in vitro fertilization lab. The company is happy to show us around. And this is where the sperm is kept, at minus 170 degrees Celsius. The company is owned by Albert Tochilovsky. He has been in the headlines in Ukraine on suspicion of human trafficking and tax fraud. He won't tell us how much profit the company makes, but he does set out his vision for the future of the industry.
There are going to be special incubators, and surrogacy as we know it will die out.
Women who can't carry their babies themselves will then have their fertilized eggs placed in these devices. It won't be long. I think they'll be invented within 10 years.
Svetlana Burkovska used to work as a surrogate mother. Now she heads an organization that helps those still in the business across Ukraine. She says there have been many problems, especially with the agencies.
There was a case in the autumn when a father didn't collect his baby. There had been complications during the birth. The child was shunted from one flat to the next and from one nanny to another. In the end, the baby died.
Such stories might never have come to our attention were it not for the video of all those babies waiting to be collected, which has focused fresh attention on the practice of surrogacy in Ukraine. When the babies will finally be united with their parents is anyone's guess.
For 9 years, Syria has been embroiled in war, 9 years of fighting and suffering, and with more than a dozen different groups and countries involved, all following their own interests, there seems little hope of peace. It's no longer even clear exactly who is fighting whom. But what is clear is that people are dying. As many as 400,000 have lost their lives since the war started. Nearly 12 million people have been displaced from their homes. The economy is in ruins, with GDP just a third of its pre-war level. Skilled workers are in high demand, and that includes women.
Nesrin's career is still a very unusual one in Syria. She repairs the connections on high-tension power cables. A woman doing this would have been unthinkable before the war.
I first worked in the office and never went out. But with the new situation, the war and the crisis, I wanted to go out into the field like the men, to share the work. I wanted to prove that a woman can do the job as well as a man.
Gender equality is not the norm in rural Syria. In regions like the conservative West, women have very little say. Except in Nesrin's family, that is. Here, the daughters play soccer, and with their brothers, of course. They're growing up as equals. Their mother wouldn't have it any other way. Nesrin helps her children with their homework. She wants her daughters to also have good jobs. There are opportunities nowadays. Women are in demand everywhere. Nesrin is a qualified electrician.
We're at war. It's misery. 3/4 of all the young men were drafted into the military. 3/4 of them went to the Syrian army. I've been married for 10 years. To begin with, I was only a housewife. Then they advertised jobs at the electricity company and I applied.
Nesrin is making her way to the next broken electricity pylon. Her husband works in the financial sector. He didn't have to join the army because he is an only son. They live in the province of Homs. Like so much of the country, it has been devastated by the war. Reconstruction is an enormous challenge. Millions of men either fled or were killed. Others are still in the army or militias. Without women in the workforce, Syria would collapse. Thousands of power pylons have been destroyed, and there's no end of work for Nesrin and her colleagues. And no end of criticism either. For religious conservatives, it's scandalous to see women in tight trousers climbing poles.
Thank God I was able to get over the social stigma that says women can't. No, we can. A woman is as good as a man. We can help. I hope we overcome the idea that women can only do office work. We have to get out and deal with reality. And it's a great experience.
There's something special out here in the countryside. The family are going out for supper after a long day's work. For Nazreen, it's important that her daughters learn to ignore conservative bigotry.
I'm proud of Mama. She works at home and outside. She has a great and difficult job.
I'm the one who encouraged my wife the most. For us, men and women are equal, at work and elsewhere.
Nazreen worries about what will happen after the war, when the men come home from the army and want to go back to normal life. Will they turn back the clock on Nazreen and other working women?
When we started, there were just 1 or 2 of us. But now there are 20 women at the power company. They all work outdoors. It's a lovely experience. There are problems, but I think our numbers will grow.
Nazreen says women's time has come. They're irreplaceable when it comes to reconstruction. There is more than enough for everyone to do after 9 years of war in Syria.
Repression and discrimination are part of life for many women around the world. On our new Facebook channel, DW Women, you'll find stories about those taking a stand and inspiring others to do the same. DW Women gives a voice to the women of our world. And now we head to Mexico, a country deemed to be one of the world's most dangerous. Last year, Mexico recorded 36,000 murders and 60,000 missing people. Most of the violence is linked to drug cartels, but it can also devastate the lives of those trying to be a force for good. 2019 saw 23 environmental activists killed. Their efforts to protect the country's plant and animal life got in the way of those whose priority is making a profit.
Amado Gomez takes care of his older brother's grave. Homero Gomez was an environmental activist. He disappeared on January the 13th and was later found dead.
He was our pillar of strength. He always encouraged and supported us. My brother was the greatest. I don't think you can ever get over such a loss. He'll always be in my heart, and I will always look up to him.
Homero Gomez was devoted to the cause of monarch butterflies. Many members of one subspecies migrate 5,000 kilometers from eastern North America to this corner of the Mexican state of Michoacan, where they spend the winter. They always manage to find the same area of lush forest across generations. In 2017, we came to visit Homero Gomez. He'd made it his life's mission to protect the monarchs.
It's amazing to host this natural wonder. We're really proud that the world's largest colony comes here. It's unique. When we walk through the forest, it's an indescribable feeling. We protect them day and night. The butterflies have chosen an enchanted place.
Why do the butterflies need protecting? Because logging, much of it illegal, is devastating the forests of Michoacan. There's strong demand for timber from the US and China. Avocado growers want to clear more land. Gomez and his colleagues organized patrols to prevent illegal logging, which proved successful.
He had such good ideas to protect the butterflies and help our community. He started many projects. For example, he said, let's plant new trees. And we all agreed and said, yes, Homero, let's do that.
2 weeks after Homero disappeared, his body was found floating in an agricultural pond here. There was a wound on the back of his head. Amado had the dismal task of identifying the corpse.
La verdad es que se siente una angustia, una desesperación.
To be honest, I felt fear and anguish. I was nervous at the thought that it could be my brother. I prayed silently, please let it not be him. After searching for 16 days, I didn't want to find him dead.
But it was Homero. Those 16 days of uncertainty had also been agonizing for his wife and their 4 children.
They were beside themselves. They cried. They called for their father. It was painful and frightening. I wanted to cry out. Where are you?
Public prosecutors have so far failed to identify any suspects or likely motive. Homero's wife, Rebecca, is certain that it was not an accident. She thinks his environmental activism made him enemies and that he was murdered. Conservationists fear others will now be too scared to get involved in protecting the forests and the butterflies.
Whatever the reason was, timber, a personal vendetta, avocados, it's better to know what happened than live with the uncertainty.
But will the case ever be solved? Homero Gomez was known as a kind and caring man who saw butterflies as a gift of nature.
This butterfly makes us very happy because it gives us life, income, and a way to preserve the forest.
The chances aren't good. 98% of all killings in Mexico never get solved.
There are activists like Homero Gomez all around the world. In Africa, too, many people are working hard to protect local wildlife, including in the continent's safari parks. It's a balancing act. What do the animals need to thrive? How many tourists can they cope with? Right now, South Africa has a strict coronavirus lockdown in place. Safari tours are off the cards, but we headed to the eastern part of the country, home to the famous Kruger National Park. Next to it is the Mala Mala Game Reserve, which is doing all it can to survive the current crisis.
They're on patrol around the clock. Since the lockdown, the field rangers from the Mala Mala Reserve have even spent the night out in the bush to guard the animals. The reserve offers some of the most luxurious safaris in southern Africa, drawing thousands of tourists every year. Since the lockdown, the animals have been largely alone, and criminal poaching gangs know it. They're keen to exploit the situation. More recently, animals that sell well for their meat have also become a target. Mala Mala lies in one of South Africa's poor, and the rangers are concerned about the situation in the villages surrounding the reserve.
The pandemic has put many people out of work. They have no money, and many are hungry. We're worried that they'll break into the reserve and kill animals for their meat.
The wild animals also sense that something has changed. Gone are the sounds of vehicles and tourists. Some residents of the park have lost their fear completely and are coming much closer to the camp than normal. Vusi Mpanza is the general manager at the Mala Mala Reserve. Now he's holding the fort back at the camp. When the rangers return, he tells them about fresh tracks from their latest visitor. An elephant paid a visit in the night and damaged a number of trees. The reserve was once privately owned, but 2013 saw a historic land restitution case in which the government bought up the area and residents. Now the land and buildings belong to 11 local communities who also hold a stake in the company that operates Mala Mala. The firm pays rent to the local community and provides training to residents. The reserve employs 180 people, many of them from the local area, but few are currently working. With the restrictions, the reserve lost its income. Nearly all the staff were sent home.
We don't know how long that is going to last. And so for them as well, like the staff, they're so worried that might not even come back, you know. So it's even for those who are in camp, you know, if the company doesn't operate at all, might as well close it down. And all of us, and we're feeding a lot of families, you know, a lot of families are depending on maybe one person working here is feeding like 10 people at home or more than that.
So how are you proceed?
Every day, Busi Mpanza speaks to his boss online. She's doing all she can to secure additional funding. So far, her staff have received unemployment benefit from the state. They're also getting a small amount of money from Mala Mala on top, so that each one has enough to live on.
Initially, the temporary employee relief scheme was only for a period of 3 months. However, we are hoping that for industries, the government who recognize and see the importance of tourism in South Africa will continue to at least assist the tourism industry and the hospitality industry, which has been hardest hit.
Vusi Mpanza and Ranger Lucky Mapukula are heading out to Kildare village to deliver face masks and other items for coronavirus. Kildare is one of the 11 villages that submitted a claim under the restitution program to get the Mala Mala land back. Precious Zita is a local tailor. Right now, she's stopped making clothes and is sewing face masks instead.
Yeah, we need 100.
The village, so staff from Mala Mala are buying them up to give out. They've already bought 400 masks from her. Since the land was returned, a lot has changed in Kildare village. The old huts that stood here during the time of apartheid are now few. They've been...
Because I don't know what... I can't spend any cent. I only spend the money that I get for food. Only for food and electricity, that's it. And keep the rest.
In such uncertain times, they can best protect themselves. They do benefit from contact with local residents.
We have people on the ground who listens and get information of any attempt of poaching. So that, see, we have got less poaching in our land because our people are part of that to make sure that they protect what is theirs. So we get information before it happens and before it happens.
Another thing the villagers are doing right now is producing footage to post online, as no one can come on. At the moment, we're focusing on the soap of elephants, lions, rhinos, buffaloes, and leopards. The videos of the animals are a real hit.
Because of the COVID-19, that you cannot be able to come and enjoy it, right? It is
safeguard the future of the Mala Mala Game Reserve.
We're curious to know what you liked about this week's show. Drop us a line to global3000@dw.com. See you next time. Take care.
Hi, my name is Hamila. I'm 5. I live in Cairo, Egypt. Today I'm going to show you my day in the lockdown. I like to have my breakfast and I'm a ballerina. Sometimes I like to cook like my mom. Sometimes I make some different crafts, like this one. Sometimes I bake with my mom in the kitchen, but sometimes Ya Jamil, Sana Helwa, Ya Jamil, Sana Helwa, Ya Jamil, Sana Helwa, Ya Jamil. York with my parents. Today, I'm going to show you a day in my life during the lockdown. Let's go. I start my day with a healthy breakfast, always with some fruits and juice. And to go with that, I have some toast or cereal or waffles. My online classes are beginning soon. We do math, ELA, science, and social. I do my work online and I submit it. I just went for a brisk walk with my parents. We do it every day so we can clear our minds and get back. It keeps me engaged and my friends love it. I retire for the day with a book. I love reading and it helps me sleep really well. Especially during these COVID.
I'm Rashad from Bangladesh, which came to follow country W. The coronavirus is under in Bangladesh in March 7. Since the beginning of in one place, they must wear the masks to escape from coronavirus. It is forbidden. This is my mother. She is cooking curry for dinner and also for iftar and also to give holy baths. There's no need to go to anywhere. I'm trying to stay in the house. For the guests, I have to stay in the house.
Hola, soy Natalia Mérida. Nací allí y allí viví hasta que me mudé a Uruguay. A las 3 de la mañana. Y me decía, mamá, ¿y si yo abro la maleta y me meto aquí? ¿Te acompaño? Todavía me dan ataques de ansiedad porque vivir 2 años sola, sin tus hijos y sin tu marido, levantarse todos los días, pensar en eso y acostarse a dormir pensando en eso, no es sano. Lo que se nos dificulta laboral. Con respecto a la escuela, bueno, ya no pueden asistir, están ansiosas porque quieren ir, ya quieren salir del apartamento, quieren ir a su escuela, quieren seguir conociendo más la dinámica de trabajo, no lo pueden hacer.
Situaciones de vulnerabilidad de trabajadores informales y jornaleros. Una de las necesidades que el texto es que se en 3 ejes, incorporando un proyecto para brindar alojamiento a las familias y a personas que tienen a cargo niños, niñas y adolescentes.
Contar con esa ayuda y ese apoyo pues es bastante tranquilizador. Son ángeles guardianes que están allí dispuestos a salir a ayudar. A mis hijas las quiero ver felices. Decidan lo que deseen hacer con su vida. Tienen que ser felices aquí o en el mundo. Mi esposo y yo los estamos preparando para eso, para un mundo de oportunidades. Ellos se los merecen.
Tony told the bewa wa kayaka kinga yoku elerude. Tony wana yibe wa kanwa parik bateo mamseba kumiti na pa marugara la kumiti na pa maribo la kumiti na pa mako. Ne ekola mpam songe ne kairamba dikse ne krayoramba bala monta patari na mampa munga esfawa na songa manto tongo kamso mambo ndakisa Mama ekola tara nyoro tewa pama alma kenya ekola wa pama zoramba da wata sura ne hansin ta asiton da bewa ne ka sura sai ma هنا اليوم تقدر تاكل أب العروسة. هنا على المطبخ حقنا. هنا مع الحمام والحمام ممطر لما تدم اسمه تجي أنت هبة هنا البيوت سيل بعدين يناموا فوق الفرش مفتلة وإحنا يعني منهم بحنا لبست ثياب المدرسة وشابك سلام مدرسة. الآن أنا جاهزة عشان أروح المدرسة. أنا الآن رايح المدرسة أنا وأختي مع بعض، وأختي صاحبتي، ونروح المدرسة مشي ونرجع مشي. هذه مدرستي اللي كل يوم أروح فيها، المعرفة النشاطات، المواهب، الإذاعة، يعني يجيبوا نشاط، أنا نفسي أنا أعمل كل حاجة في المدرسة. لا أستاذ خالد الطيري يدرسني لغة عربية عشان نسأل نشوف الجواب ولا لا. ليش التعليم مهم؟ شكرا. ريمة نادية ريمة نادية ريمة. أنا الآن راجعة من المدرسة ملوخية ونبدأ صدق صدقانا ملوخية ونهب الملوخية معي. أنا اليوم سعيدة أنني كملت يومي ومارست النشاط بين المدرسة، وأتمنى أن الكادر التعليمي يرجع زي ما كان. أتمنى أن الكهرباء ترجع زي ما كانت طبيعية، لا يغير أي شيء. ذا أمنيتي لليمن.
Welcome to Global 3000. Underwater, Bangladeshis conquer violence. The former gangsters finding God 100,000 citizens. That figure is 5 times higher in Brazil. Last year, an average of 114 people were murdered there every day. That's 41,635 over the year. Of all countries not at war, Brazil is one of the most dangerous. The country's favelas are particular hotspots when it comes to violent crime, much of it gang-led. The military and police regularly move in on the areas, and shootings are commonplace. Yet many young men see joining a gang as their only chance of a future, and leaving is notoriously difficult.
This evangelical preacher was once boss of a drugs gang. He seeks to make amends for his sins and will just listen.
I can't forget the sound of the Kalashnikovs.
His neighborhood. He himself grew up.
Unfortunately, I did bad things. We killed people. That's why today my mission is to convert drug addicts and criminals.
He's on his way to a prayer meeting. It'll be the first time he attends one since the pandemic hit. Local Christianity is booming among the poor in Rio. This is one of the many churches in the favelas.
If you go astray, you usually have 3 options.
This brand of Christianity. There are a lot of young people in the congregation. Forward who has a friend or relative in a drugs gang. Soon, half the gathering is standing in front of him. That's when he starts talking about his time as a gangster.
What kind of life did I lead? I had money and power, but I had to hide every night because I couldn't trust anybody. Not even my friends.
Later, back at his home, he told us he in the slums, he saw it as a chance to be somebody.
I started to take drugs and got in with a bunch of criminals, and we would attack other gangs. I rose up through the ranks to become boss in the company.
And lots of drugs. Drug dealing venues as the right-hand man of a major drugs boss.
A steep alley when I noticed I'd walked into a trap. They started to shoot. I fell. I was in shock. My bodyguards ran off.
Since then, Demetrio has been paralyzed from the waist down. Nowadays, he spends his days going around the favelas preaching and trying to get gangsters to reform. His own story is well known, a bad man who found God and the path of virtue. Many people here find it moving. He often talks to the dealers hanging out on street corners here. They seem to accept him, and they pray together. Even those who carry a hand grenade with them, just in case.
The government needs to create opportunities for the kids here, so they... My career went well. I was soon one of the bosses and had loads of cash. And then in a shootout, I was grazed by a bullet.
Nowadays, he's deputy head of the local residents association. He helps people fill out forms and deal with the authorities. He's devoted himself to improving conditions in the neighborhood, digging drainage ditches and clearing roads. The church does manage to sway a gangster. It's usually during a prayer meeting. It's quite standard around here for dealers to attend and
always walk with God.
Other congregants find such declarations inspiring. It gives them hope. Then another dealer comes forward to receive a blessing. To outsiders, it might seem very odd that drug dealers can be God-fearing.
Everybody must know in his heart what he is doing.
He declares his intention to live a cleaner life.
I want to give up drugs.
Demetrio Marcin's good example seems to be a healing influence, helping others like himself to escape a life of drugs and crime.
In May 2020, a tropical cyclone drives seawater far inland, damming two of the country's main rivers, the Ganges and the Brahmaputra. This can cause them to burst their banks, flooding large areas of land. Experts believe that climate change will inevitably make extreme weather more common. The country's annual monsoon rains are already becoming increasingly heavy. They also fear that by the end of the century, sea levels around Bangladesh could rise by 1 to 1.5.
In southern Bangladesh, the monsoon rains are getting heavier year by year, and that means ever more extensive flooding. Nowadays, Abedal Molla's fields are not just underwater during monsoon season, but for a full 8 months of the year. So he's turned to growing vegetable, reviving a technique that dates back many centuries.
I learned it from my father. He grew a few plants underwater, but he didn't do it systematically. We've developed the technique further. We don't really have any other option if we don't want to starve.
Molla has got used to spending much of his life in and on water. The venture is proving very successful. The gourds are growing fast.
Vegetables grown on water taste better and contain more vitamins. We don't need any chemical fertilizers or pesticides. So these vegetables are better than the ones grown on land. Much better.
The roots draw nutrients out of the water. The beds are made up of water hyacinths, decayed organic material, no current here. Abedal Molla has become something of a star in his village. His income is now 3 times the local average. The whole family works on the farm.
What's a bit scary is that my father's out on the water all the time. It's getting hotter and hotter here, and mosquitoes breed on the water and cause diseases. My father's often ill.
The tree has just been felled. The timber is for Mahanando Samader. He's given up farming and now only builds boats. It takes him 6 hours to build a boat by hand. Business is great. He could sell a lot more than he can build.
We're very busy right now. It's that time of year. The farmers have to take to the water. For us, it's doubly.
Mohanando Samader goes to the boat market every Friday. He may be 70, but he paddles the 5 kilometers there comfortably. Sea level is rising in the Bay of Bengal, so rivers flow more sluggishly towards the sea and spread out across the land. Salt are 40 euros. They are robust and can carry loads of up to 450 kilograms. Mohanando Samader has a number of loyal customers.
It all depends on the skill of the boat builder and his experience to get to where I am now.
Back at Obedal Mollies and stops by regularly. The government is keen to promote floating farms. All kinds of crops can be grown on them: spinach, okra, tomatoes, cauliflowers, as well as gourds. Climate change could mean that a third of the country will end up underwater. The question is if floating farms, like here in Barisal, could be developed across the country.
Right now, Bangladesh produces enough food to be self-sufficient, to make a valuable contribution, because the farmers use a lot less pesticides, because there are fewer pests on the water.
At the local wholesale market, Obedal Molla sells his produce and also seedlings to other farmers. He says he used to grow just rice and that involved much less work. But switching to farming on water...
Seedlings grown on land are weaker. Ours are more robust and look fresher. So we sell more than land farmers. Our water seedlings are in greater demand and command higher prices.
More and more farmers in Barisal are planning to switch to floating cultivation. There's certainly no shortage of water.
I am
a global team. Global team from Thailand.
Hi, my name is Plang. I'm 16 years old and I go to the International School of Bangkok. I'm currently a junior and I live here in Bangkok, Thailand. I like to go diving because there's no other experience like being in the water you can ever experience on land. When you're connected to nature on that level, everything just sort of disappears and you just realize how amazing and connected nature, how schools are organized. I feel like it puts too much pressure on getting good grades, etc., instead of just the aspect of wanting to learn. My mom owns a parenting seminar company called 360 Degrees, and my dad, he just makes business deals. As of now, I currently hope to work in the UN. I think it'd be really cool to just be in the middle of it all and try to make the world a little bit more fair. Sympathetic towards others and realize how similar we are instead of focusing on our own self-interests, because at the end nothing can work without each other. And I hope that in the future we can all just come to terms with how everyone is different, yet we all strive for the same things. Even if we hold different beliefs, we all want the same things.
In Global Ideas, we look at the toll farming takes on nature. Millions of hectares of woodland have already been destroyed worldwide to make way for agriculture. In a nature reserve in southern Mexico, more sustainable methods are protecting both farmers' livelihoods and
his way to milk his cows. He follows one who tries to take something away from the mountain will never return home. The slopes are shrouded in an almost
erosion. So if they run around the forest and it rains,
Hector keeps 20 cows. He used to have many more, but he got rid of half of them because he knows that traditional livestock farming is bad for the environment. Decades ago, his grandfather switched from growing corn and beans to livestock farming because it was more profitable. 3 years ago, Hector joined the project BIOSPHERE, which is starting to increase, and the environment is gradually recovering.
I argued with my father. That was the first. When I took the risk of my small farm, I went through some hard times, very hard times. I milked my cows constantly, but the yields were low.
Indigenous farmers traditionally let their livestock graze in forest pastures and also grew vegetables. Their methods were sustainable. Their expertise had lost. Now their descendants are looking to revive it and save the cloud forest. Jose Antonio Jimenez coordinates the BIOSPHERE project in the state of Chiapas. Meticulous planning facilitates the farmers' switch to the climate-smart livestock concept. Jimenez knows the region well and can provide practical support when necessary. The biggest challenge he faces is convincing the farmers to change the way they've always done things.
We need to work with the farmers to identify problems together. The expertise and experience of the farmers and their families helps them to learn new things. We must always factor in what the farmers know.
Protection through production, that's the motto of BIOSPHERE. Farming practices don't have to entail farmers. Juan Pimenez saw trees on a section of his land. Even though it'll be 5 years.
People think we're crazy. They don't know why we're planting small trees when we won't even live to see them grow. But my wife and I hope that even if we never get to harvest the fruit, one day our children and our grandchildren will benefit. And they'll also benefit from improved air quality.
A year ago, Cheese Dairy, which they run as a cooperative. They all used to make cheese at home by themselves. Now they've joined forces. The equipment is all brand new and was provided by BIOSPHERE. The women produce 5 varieties of cheese.
We women talk a lot. We say what we think. It's good that women support one another.
The farming families used to sell their milk via a middleman at a very low and switching to sustainable production.
Higher prices.
It's helped speed up the production process, and they hope that in the long run, it will secure them a steady income.
That's all from us at Global 3000 this week. What did you think of the programme? Write and let us know. We're at Global 3000 at D now.
Everyone told me I was crazy and that I would get nowhere. And why do e-commerce when there are giants in the world making e-commerce? That I was too late, that I was too early.
On houses. It opens the door that never opened for them. We have to, our economists. Entrepreneurial journey is not easy at all, especially for women.
The women advocates that we are going to collaborate with will basically be role models.
I had to do this all on my own, and I really think that having a person, just someone to believe in you, could make all the difference.
Tant qu'on n'a pas vu too late to embrace the digital technologies, we need to make women aware that they are powerful, that they can impact change, then the sky will be the limit.
That would for me be enough. Just one person making a change, because I was just one person trying to make a change, and now 40 people work at the company that I co-founded, and 45,000 companies are benefited from what I once dreamt.
Peşin zıdıkan was intarış ci aftadım was da çizme havas kedim dar çeşim ne buldum ci göç navgarçlık sinema garçlık kıyma garçlık
گوش مشکل داره، گوش سالم خیلی صدا میده. درسای خواندن نمیتونم، سرم درد میگیره، گوشم درد میگیره. دکترها گفتن که عملیات میکنم دیگه، وقت اقتصادی ما کم بود، پولم نداشتیم. دیگه مشکل دارم، 2 تا دختر دیگه هم دارم، 1 پسرم دارم، 4 تا اولاد دارم، خودم سرپرست اینا هستم.
چه حالی زیاد نمارم نخوانده هستم. چیزهای دیگه بازی کنم با بچه ها برم هر جای دو بازی میکنم با نمیرم.
همین جگرخونی همه کم باشن، اصلا تنها از ما نه، از همه مردم، از همه دوستان.
أنا اسمي منال، أمي 6 سنين. أنا لوحة تنميتي. Kawaida yangu nimetoa chembeo. Damnyaga we are living. Dream 25 kona akaumwa West Primary School. Kama mi hakuna kuwe. Kama mi nandi wale wengi au jioni. Teba mbele amalo wandaunga kwa. Kajabu ni hatariga. Dalimu grade 3. Dali bangwala. Aina ni manana kwa. Kajabu yandi kwa ngwala. Ngole bana jikono. Kenda wo bawai. Teba ndiwe. Hawe hewa mwata jiyo. माया अंकल र आंटी सँग बस्छु मेरो बुवा आमा इन्डियामा कामको लागि बस्नुहुन्छ मलाई किनभने पढ्न मन छ त्यही भएर बुवा मम्मीसँग भएपछि बिरामीहरूको सेवा गर्न र बिरामीहरूको उपचार गर्न
Me llamo Isaías, tengo 13 años y vivo en un barrio, ya que algún día lograré ser lo que se dice, trabajar con la informática.
لا سي صف أول هلا أحب كحلانة
In 1989, I was 2 years old, and I cannot even remember what I was thinking or doing with an international agreement on childhood. This agreement guaranteed every child, no matter who or where they were, the same rights to things like education, childhood, Too many childhoods are still cut short. Too many children grow up in fear. On 30th anniversary of the convention, child writes down, there is no time to waste. In East Asia and Pacific, we must work together and demand that every child has every right. 2019 is a special year. Children around the world are standing up for their rights. What will you do?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is David Beckham, and this is not my usual day at the office, so please bear with me. For those 15 years, I have worked with UNICEF as a global goodwill ambassador, supporting their work for children around the world. Today is World Children's Day, a day when we should all remind ourselves of our... I grew up in the East End of London, and I always dreamed of being a professional footballer. It was all I ever wanted. And unlike many children around the world, I had a home, an education, and a family to help me achieve my dreams. I worked hard, but I was always supported every step of the way. First by my amazing family, then by my teachers, and then by my coaches. From a very young age, I had people in my corner who believed in me, who wanted me to succeed, and who helped me reach my goals. Since 2001, I've worked with UNICEF, meeting girls and boys fortunate than that boy from the East End of London. Children hungry and sick. Children living through wars. Children who lost their parents in earthquakes and girls and boys with different stories and backgrounds from my own. But, like all children, they have one thing in common. They have ambitions and they have dreams for a better future. Like the children I met in Indonesia, who dream of a school with no bullying, they are leading a brave program to help make that happen. Or the children I spent time with in a refugee camp in Djibouti who are fleeing violence and war. I met boys and girls in Nepal who just wanted to go back to school and back to normality, to be supported to fulfill their potential after the devastating diseases like HIV. And I thought of my own kids and watching them play without a care in the world when I met children in Cambodia. They, like all children, just want to sanitation, plus education. All of the ingredients that children need to grow up healthy and happy and to unlock their full potential. But we know that much more work needs to do more to protect children's dreams. Because the future doesn't belong to us, it belongs to children. As a father of a young daughter, I see her determination to achieve her goals and to have just as many choices in life as her brothers do. I see her being inspired by young women speaking out for change. I hear her passion about the need to protect our planet for the future. But around the world, the voices of children are getting louder. They are calling for better health, a visit to a doctor, a simple vaccination against diseases, a plate of food and clean water to drink. They just want the same opportunities as boys to learn and develop. Young people are calling for a planet that can support them and future generations, where our resources are sustainable and for peace, for an end to violence, an end to war, an end to the police lives every single day. As we mark the 30th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, we must ask ourselves, are we listening? To be here, lending my voice to this conversation and supporting brilliant young activists like Millie Bobby Brown, who is using her platform to command attention to the cause. So, today, on World Children's Day, let's make new promises. We promise to learn from you. We promise to act for you. Together, we promise to work harder to protect your dreams. Thank you very much.
COVID-19 tasks, protecting some of the world's most vulnerable, and helping to nurture a fragile peace in some of the world's most dangerous places. This pandemic, UN peacekeeping is performing vital peace and security, training, awareness, and equipment. Protecting our staff and partners to make sure we're part of the solution, not part of the problem. Helping to contain and mitigate, ensuring our focusing our efforts on the possible spread of COVID-19 in peacekeeping contexts, making sure our operations are prepared.
Half of the countries having national climate plans mention children of youth, and only 20% of those mention children explicitly.
There is no room for denial or business to us. Listen to the science, a better world.
How can our countries fight against climate change? We need to bring the young kids, not just with passion, but with very crazy ideas to begin doing the change from the bottom up.
I believe bring this feeling of solidarity and commitment into the rooms where the decisions are made.
I was worried for the next generation, for the children. But seeing you all in here, I'm not worried anymore.
Por eso es de suma importancia activar este tipo de mecanismos, pensando en la niñez, en la adolescencia y en las personas jóvenes de las zonas realmente vulnerables.
We need a strong public education system. That is the key of that problem.
If we cannot dissolve these differences and go over them, how are we going to solve the problem and the climate crisis?
Children, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, when do we want it? Thank you very much.
And we as the European Union, we have a very strong beliefs and values on that human rights in general matter, but in particular also children's rights.
We start the walk across Palestine with children so that we can raise awareness, because the first step to rights is knowing your rights.
وزارة التربية والتعليم بالتأكيد نولي موضوع الثقافة البيئية اهتماما خاصا، وحينما تقترن بحقوق الأطفال تزداد هذه الأهمية. I would describe my childhood in two phases. One was a very, very early part of it, where I grew up in a very simple, beautiful life. American hip hop, I would go swimming in the river, I would play football or soccer. When the war broke out, recover from anything, but also the importance of safeguarding those rights. There is a responsibility. From when I lost my childhood to regaining some of it to becoming the adult that I am. I mean, they removed me from the war that I was in, which set me on the path of recovery for me to go to school, have an education. They taught me throughout this moment how each time somebody chooses to use their lives for the benefit of others, it changes the direction of other people's lives.
Drone's ability to deliver medical supplies is a particular interest for Sierra Leone because Sierra Leone has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world, and drones can cover the time and distance during emergency situations that other modes of transportation can't, which means they can be used to save lives.
And other medical supplies to pregnant women who are about to deliver, to really sick people who are in unaccessible places. We also see drones playing a place in search and rescue and their environmental disasters. So there are people, it makes it all the more worthwhile when you have to work with other people whose goals are aligned with yours.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
لا هي بلشت القصة بسهولة. اشتغل بصناعة حلويات صار لنا 4 سنين 5 سنين تقريبا. شيء كسبنا الغرق والأزمة. قعدنا فترة بعدين سبحان الله مثل ما قلت لك اضطرينا انه بدنا نشتغل، لازم نشتغل، اللي ما بينبع بيخلص. فتحت انا بخير المال اللي مو ببلادك لا لك ولا لاولادك. قد ما كان اشتغلت هون بالاخير ما في، يعني ما في هون ما راح اخليك في إن بلدنا نرجع لها. شو بده يصير فيها؟ خلصت الحرب ما خلصت الحرب، شو ما خلصت بدنا نرجع.
The first time I went into Mosul, I was driving through East Mosul, and then as we crossed the bridge, many post-conflict environments ranging from Afghanistan into the Balkans, throughout Africa. And I don't think I've ever seen a part of the city that was so pulverized of images of the Second World War, of Stalingrad, of Hamburg, Coventry. Back, it lies between Erbil and the Syrian border. And when ISIS was at the peak of its control, there were over 2 million people living in Mosul. It was the biggest city under ISIS control. As the city was surrounded, they fell back into defensive positions in the banks of the river. Weapons for the fighters to use. The fighters were wearing suicide vests and prepared to fight to the end. And the coalition forces dropped a lot of ordnance on them. And so the explosive hazard and the explosive contamination in Mosul is unlike really anything I've seen before. So you would have buildings were collapsed in on bodies. Some of the buildings had been booby-trapped or rigged with explosives to stop people returning home. And then there was the unexploded ordnance from just the actual fighting. They're finding it very difficult. You know, the fridge might be moved on top of the different explosive hazards. A lot of the buildings are very unstable. So, you know, if when the teams are clearing, they were to move the wrong piece of rubble, the whole building could collapse on them. It could collapse on them. In a challenging environment. To the homes or rebuild the homes until the explosive hazard has been cleared. They're the real unsung heroes. You know, going out and finding out where items are. Often items are brought in by people who found them in their homes or found them in their gardens, and they might have been laid. Can we look at different avenues of approach to be able to see where we can provide the most benefit? And if you want people to go home, you have to create an environment school so that health posts can be cleared, so they can be refurbished, so that hospitals are safe, so that, you know, doctors can start having, you know, procedures and surgery. And what we've been doing has been working to ensure that we prioritize the tasking we do that has the most impact. So if we clear a water treatment plant that's going to provide 250,000 people, how quickly families would go back into the rubble of West Mosul and relay their foundations and start building their homes again. I mean, it's really incredible to see how proud they are and how they want to get on with their lives. You know, they've gone through a terrible conflict, and they're showing a resilience that is very inspirational. We can help them by removing explosive hazards, and people can feel confident and they can start getting on with their lives.
Beirut's art scene is coping after the devastating port blast. In Germany, a US military airfield has left a top pandemic is forcing urbanites to say farewell to their beloved population now lives in cities. That's more than 4 billion people. And few places have offered greater hopes of success and happiness than New York City. There to waste. Goodbye to the city is hard.
I'll be back. But now I have to.
She came for love, then stayed to build a new life in the city of limitless possibilities, setting up a successful public relations company.
You could be uptown, downtown, meet from an artist gallery to a banker to whatever, the cross-fertilization of culture was really, really great.
Now she's packing her life into bags and boxes and heading back to Paris. Business has traced her, seems to have vanished.
But if you have no restaurant, no theater, no Broadway, no opera, no gallery opening, go by the sea and enjoy the nature. You know what I mean? Why do you have to be parked in a box apartment and do Zoom calls?
For 2 decades, they performed in some of Broadway's biggest productions, Les Miserables, Kinky Boots, and Phantom of the Opera. Now they're looking for something new.
I'm trying to look into industries that are actually hiring.
Maybe UPS. I'm trying to think of anything that's hiring as well.
Trading the bright light and possibly longer. Some productions have been entirely cancelled. New York's world-famous entertainment boulevard now seems like a surreal film set. Deserted and unnerving. A third of bars and restaurants have gone out of business.
Nobody's coming back. So it's scary. It's very scary to think of a lot of these buildings, just having nobody in them. And you start to go down that rabbit hole of there's nobody in the buildings, there's going to be nobody, there's no tourists, there's no theaters that are open, and you just start to get concerned and anxious about it.
We all have moved to the city, which we love so much, the entertainment industry, but if we can't afford rent and there is no industry, there's really no reason to stay here in New York.
Office occupancy has dropped to about 10%. Most large corporations have switched to home office. The real estate market is on the 1%. The millions of tourists, students and commuters who used to flood into the city every day have vanished, leading to massive financial money that's sorely missed, especially by those who've...
They're very busy. We never sit on the outside like this.
Amin had 8,000 customers a month before the coronavirus struck. Now it's around 200. Sierra Robinson is the last employee standing.
I am getting a very small amount comparatively have available to not just survive, but to live, to...
Make matters worse, the contract on her apartment is now expiring. She and her partner can't afford to rent a new place.
The absolute worst case.
Jobless.
many can't pay their rent anymore. There's a moratorium on evictions, but it's only temporary, leaving thousands terrified of ending up on the streets. 200,000 evictions to a close at the end of the year. That's according to Ellen Davidson, a legal aid society attorney who represents.
Are at risk, losing their homes, becoming homeless. It would be an unprecedented disaster for the city.
The city has withstood many shocks, but Celine Kaplan says this one feels completely.
It take a bit longer. You have a trifecta effect. You have a similar thing than the. I'm sorry, like it's just hell.
Once again, New York faces enormous challenges. And once again, it may be time. The Beirut port explosion 2 months ago was the ultimate proof that their government and political class were failing and have been doing so for decades. Lebanon is made up of various religious groups and sects. The Maronites, several Christian groups, the Druze, Sunni and Shiite Muslims. Between 1975 and 1990, these groups were embroiled in a bloody civil war. Afterwards, the warring parties divided the country up between them. Since the mid-1980s, the Shiite militant group Hezbollah has also gradually extended its power in Lebanon. Today, it's considered a state within a state. But in their struggle to maintain influence, Lebanon's regional leaders repeatedly block reforms, despite angry public protests.
There's something very special in the port. There's a very special energy. Everything passes through here. Everything transits through here. It's the heart of the city for me. It's like the energy, the movement, people working.
Yumana Aseli standing on the roof of her gallery, Marfa. The name means harbor in Arabic. In 2 old garages, she made her dream come true. On that Tuesday, the gallery was closed, and Yumana Aseli wasn't there. A coincidence to which she owes her life.
It's all physical damages at the end of the day, and it's going to be repairable, but that's not the issue. Whether it's someone who has a restaurant, whether someone, a librarian, anyone, they want to break it. They want to break this idea, these dreams that you have. They're trying to smash it every time, right? And then you have to do it again, and do it again, and do it again. And I wonder how long can one really, be resilient at this point and do and redo.
Since August 4th, the anger in Beirut has grown every day. In the quarters behind the harbor, no house was left unscathed. Of old Beirut, cosmopolitan and liberal. Now, that hope is in ruins. The magnificent Sursak Museum was also badly damaged. It was only reopened in 2015 after a long renovation as a place of art for everyone. Entry is free. The last visitors had just left the building, while director Zeina Arida was still in her office. Miraculously, she wasn't injured.
I've gone through really, I was shot by a sniper in 78. I was 8 years old. I was at the beach. Since then, I was an insomniac kid. It's our generation, the war generation, who did not want to forget, who wanted to understand, and who through these structures, artistic initiatives, we have been witnessing.
It used to resonate in the present. It dominated the heart of Beirut for 15 years.
You of these mafiosos, these heads of the different militias of different sects.
So what now?
I don't like to use the term hope in a hopeless situation. You know, when you are after despair, when you go to this total despair, and then you are beyond despair. Then you can call this hope if you want. You can call this determination to survive.
That's not enough this time, says Zeina Arida.
Today, I'm 50. I'm not a kid anymore. So today I really need to think about my future. I'm committed to my country, depending on how it is gonna evolve. I mean, we are ready to govern this country.
At the end of the 1980s, there were almost 800,000 foreign soldiers stationed in both parts of Germany, mainly British, French and US troops in West Germany, Soviet soldiers in East Germany. Following the end of the Cold War and German reunification, the occupying powers withdrew most of their troops.
Günther Schneider feels like he's David facing an omnipotent Goliath poisoning his environment. Since 1953, American fighter jets have been taking off and landing right over his backyard, near Spangdahlem in western Germany. The constant noise is also unbearable. Moving away from the area is not an option. His family's been living here for centuries.
The rainwater, I doubt it's contaminated because we had it checked regularly. But the groundwater and the water in the rivers and streams, there it's a very different picture. The water is highly contaminated.
Contaminated with carcinogenic chemicals known as perfluorinated compounds, or PFCs. They originate at this nearby waterways in the area. The local authorities have warned locals about the problem. Scientific surveys have helped to shed some light onto the matter. They've detected firefighting drills for airplane crashes.
There was a hole in the ground. Fighters put out the fire using foam extinguishing agent.
Foam contained fluorosurfactants, a chemical that is oil and water repellent and resistant to heat. It's in 2011, albeit too late to protect the area's water.
This fairy tale pond is highly contaminated via the surface water. Now a chemical cesspit.
A cesspit that nobody seems willing to take responsibility for. At the airbase, our requests for an interview were ignored. On the German side, the people to talk to are at the Federal Real Estate Agency. But they refused to talk on camera, instead sending us a statement that assigned responsibility to the American military.
We know that the pond has high levels of fluorosurfactants.
Aber wo sind jetzt
But
genau
where
die
exactly
Quellen
the
auf
sources
dem
are?
Gelände?
The airport compound is very
Das
big,
Flughafengelände
and
ist
there are
ja
certain
sehr groß.
hotspots.
Es gibt da einzelne genau in die Details schauen.
Among those details is the fact that there are still places in and around the airbase where perfluorinated compounds are seeping into the groundwater. Cleaning them up would cost me.
We won't be making the decision on cleanup costs. That's something to be resolved between the German and American governments.
Hier stehen wir am
We're standing
Auslauf
at the
der
outlet of the
Kläranlage
Spangdahlem
des
Air Base's
Spangdahlem
sewage plant.
Flugplatzes. Dieses
This
Gewässer
water
fließt
flows from
von hier
here
in den
into a
Spanger Bach
stream,
und vom
and
Spanger
from there
Bach
a
in
further
ca.
2
2
kilometers
Kilometer
to one of the
Entfernung
most important
in einem
rivers
der
in the
wichtigsten
Eifel region,
Flüsse der Eifel sind die Kyll.
But there's growing opposition to the American airbase. Günther Schneider is not fighting on his own.
Ich war ja
Saying
früher ein
anything against the
absolutes Tabu.
Americans used
Plans to withdraw the fighter jets from Spangdahlem. They at least would have no problem with the Americans leaving town altogether.
Now it's time for Global Ideas.
saplings in full bloom. Orlando Osmanu is expecting a rich cocoa harvest this year.
But with these, it's only 2 years. That's really fast for us. It means we can all enjoy it and make money earlier.
It was. Here's how Orlando described the situation back then.
This is a pod that could have matured, but didn't because of the disease. It's no good for harvest. It's spoiled.
But sick trees weren't his only problem. He also had to look on while part of his land was cleared to make way for a path.
Here, just like in the other parts, but the timber contractors cleared it and didn't give me anything.
To deal with the problem of illegals across the district are being trained up to work as forest monitors. They use an app to report their findings. It only takes a couple of taps.
Then it asks a question. We are not just identifying illegalities and saying that it is illegal, but we identify then.
Those in the BIA district know how important their trees are for the climate and keep the soil healthy. Felling trees leads to drier conditions, dealing with an infestation. But he has a trick. Inside. Simple and effective. But just fears about how the disease will impact his business.
It's become a problem. But if buyers don't come, you have no choice but to live with that worry. We're really suffering here.
Farmers like Orlando often have trouble accessing loans because their holdings are too small to use as collateral. Now a local savings initiative has been established among those who attended a training session on financial his plantation. He wants to be ready for what happens after the
together in this way. I've been particularly fortunate to have made many visits to the Pacific over the years. My first being to Fiji 50 years ago, this year, on a Pacific deployment when I was serving in the Royal Navy, and have very special memories of all the Commonwealth Island states we visited. I most recently visited the Pacific in November last year, and although only 9 months have passed since then, in that short time the world has changed enormously. Your region, the implications of the global pandemic, my thoughts and sympathy go out to all of those in the Pacific who have been affected. The region is already facing the accelerating and terrifying impacts of climate change. And many islands see the accelerating and terrifying impacts of climate change. And many islands have had to deal with the appallingly devastating effects of severe weather events such as Cyclone Harold. These challenges have at last begun to push not only climate adaptation, the root causes of global warming and climate change, towards the top of the international agenda. And this will be at the forefront of issues for the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP26, in November 2021 in Glasgow, where both the level of ambition and the acceleration of solutions at scale. All around the world, as we learn to live with and recover from the pandemic, we have the opportunity to reset and build back better to a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive future for the generations that will follow. It is absolutely vital that we rapidly scale up our efforts to restore and protect humanity's lost balance with nature if we are to build the necessary foundation for sustainable and inclusive growth for generations to come. While seeking to raise the global ambition for net zero from 2 planets at the heart of global value creation, I have the greatest possible confidence in the spirit and strength of the people of the Pacific that a more sustainable future can offer. If I may say so, you are blessed with exceptional natural resources, not least the mighty and precious Pacific Ocean that I have experienced there. Not least your rich culture and community of your region is being celebrated through these art forms at this Pacific Unite concert. I send my very best wishes to all the performers and participants, and to all those viewing in the Pacific and elsewhere around the world. And I will much look forward to returning to the region and seeing you again before too long.
To get to this tomb, take a canoe. Take a canoe through miles of scattered sun. Swallow endless, swirling sea. Gulp down radioactive white stones to scatter along this grave. There will be no songs to sing. How shall we remember you?
Noya Emori, we are Raka Pacifica, and remember this, racism, discrimination, and hate speech is never okay. Hooray!
But I've been screaming with such excitement because I'm a part of this amazing digital concept. It's called Pacific Unite. That's right. I'm excited because we're going to be connected with some of our most famous and most entertaining Pacific people like Tevaka, Justin Wellington, but also to connect and to come together to save lives, because it's very important. All of us have been affected by this COVID-19 in so many different ways. Full body tan, but after I shave my back. So anyway, enjoy the concert, get your whole family, sit back, relax, and enjoy Pacific Unite. Yeah!
This Pacific concert is in recognition of all the hard work of the Pacific Island countries in taking on the COVID-19 pandemic these past months. We join together to pay tribute to all those who united together to battle the virus. Healthcare and community workers, government officials, teachers, civil society organizations, religious leaders, volunteers, and so many more. This concert also highlights the many ways in which COVID crisis. Businesses have closed, unemployment has risen, schools have shut down, violence against women and girls has increased, while health systems struggle to deal with COVID-19, as well as the enormous challenges of diabetes, obesity, and heart disease. Meanwhile, climate change continues to wreak havoc, as Tropical Cyclone Harold pounded Vanuatu, Fiji, Solomon Islands alone. You understand, and we saw Pacific leaders and governments and all of you come together to mobilize for good. The global community must now come together to help our small neighbors continue their health response by ensuring equitable access to vital medical equipment and supplies like test kits and vaccines when they become available. The global community must also help the hard-hit economies of small, vulnerable island developing states through take care of each other. This pandemic has hit the most vulnerable the hardest: women, people with disabilities, the elderly, youth, migrant workers. Governments, employers, community leaders, faith-based organizations, young people, we all have a role to play. Let us keep standing together to fight the virus. Let's say no to violence, no today, and let's rebuild a Pacific in a world that, in the words of the United Nations Charter, reaffirms faith in fundamental rights, in the dignity and the worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women, and of nations large and small. Thank you.
Like looking more. La 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 la, killa looking longer. Coconut kakawa, coconut kakaina, coquina, ma keke, uma. I don't know, la 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 la, get into walking more. La 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 la, killa looking longer. La 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 la, get into walking more. Picking up fire. Do it, my ho. Do my lima. Picking up fire. Picking up my lima. Don't get down with me, love. Hola, gato viva. Laka, my cena. Laka, oh, linga. Laka, laka, my love.
No country, no community is able to solve the complex problem. Your strategies, your ideas for us to be able to deliver better for the people of the world that we must serve.
Idea to live the ancestral water or something where you need that right.
Ota wins this time with tasty water, no? Ota see him mix with it. So him a little bit taste salt, zero diarrhea. If I'm looking at every sun blow unclean water, no? Sell their crops so that they can earn their living. If I buy apple rules. You mean to say buy you die or you be life if I buy just talent food of beginning for stay quiet, hide from water fallen trees where have the fall down from.
I will be your home and stand beside you when your rights are denied, because when your rights are denied, my rights are also.
Bolomenaka from Fiji. We're not going to go to the organization. Contending with this global pandemic has meant our people are physically apart. At times, the ocean separating our countries has never felt more vast. But no matter by language, culture, art, and music, along with years of shared history. In the face of any challenge, whether it's climate change, COVID-19, or both, out of solidarity, inspiring the unity our world needs among leaders, communities, and citizens. Pinakawalew to Knox, Skills, Wong, Rako, and Nemen Tale for showing out for Fiji tonight, and to the rest of our Pacific artists for helping connect our people amidst this
God was really good. That was so wonderful. After every rainfall, I'll be brighter as a rainbow. God was really good. That was so wonderful. Smiling, tomorrow be a brighter day. Woke up this morning feeling down and fresh. Stuff right out from a loved one. A smile from a friend is a simple reason to smile. Pick up yourself as every fall. Smile away the pain today. Tomorrow be a brighter day. Woke up on the wrong side of bed.
recently during the COVID-19, there are people who are out of jobs, they are subsistence farmers, and their children. We have a lot of calls from parents and children in regards to studies. Child Fund PNG have trained for the counselors the basic information that is the prepared has the information to the callers, so they give them basic information to protect themselves and prevent COVID-19.
Hi everybody, it's Julia Sarah. I like it, and I'm finishing up my new album, which will be released this year. And I get to see you again. For now, I'll play you a little tune. It's called Just an Illusion. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, it's an illusion. I thought I knew what life should be.
Malolele from the Kingdom of Tom. As we enjoy performances from some organizations doing everything in their power to protect our communities from COVID-19, we are reminded of our strength and resilience appear only as small dots on a world map. Together, we have a collective voice that makes us powerful. Now more than ever, it is time for us to join hands and if we all play our part. Tonight, I commit to follow our government's advice on permitted activities during the pandemic, to rely on the World Health Organization and our Ministry of Health for the correct information, family and community understand the importance of hand washing and social distancing. I hope you too are able to commit to actions that promote community support and spirit, so that together we all social distancing. I hope you too are able to commit to actions that promote community support and spirit, so that together we all play our role to beat this virus. May God continue to bless the people of the Pacific. Malo Ofatu.
Hey guys, this is Jay Ho joining you from Queensland, Australia. I stand with all my fellow Pacific Islanders in the fight against COVID-19 and creating this new way of normal. Hey guys, this is Jay Ho joining you from Queensland, Australia. I stand with all my fellow Pacific Islanders in the fight against COVID-19 and creating this new way of normal. Much love. So I come on sale, get your shit together. Cause you know these good things, they will last forever. And you know they can sky, so what I'm here for. And those old bodies, I got no name for anymore. So show me what it's all about. Love and laughter, way to the Fiji Islands. It's my soul, my life will never flow. Take my sweet time, and everything's just fine. I'm gonna get on, breathing, embrace this good thing. Life is what you make it, so just get down and study. So what I'm here for, and the whole ways I got no name for when it's wrong. So just shut them off. We got love, we got the love. We got the love, we got the love, we got the love, we got.
I support the Ministry of Health in the control of TB and HIV through supporting the staffs with the active case finding of tuberculosis. Prevailing risk factors for TB in Africa is HIV context. It was quite unexpected, stands out in my mind. Being a UNV, you feel a sense of contribution to different people in a different setup, and through that, I find it a very fulfilling part of career development. To me, it's a wonderful experience.
I have a question. What if the roles were reversed? Here we are lifting our voices, pushing for better choices. No longer silent. Time to start healing, healing from the hurt. Time to keep fighting for what we deserve. The system's not changing, by healing from the hurt. What if you walked in my shoes and saw we have so much more to lose? Just because it's unfamiliar doesn't mean it's not normal either. It's just how you're taught to think. Choices no longer silent. Time to start healing, healing from the hurt. Time to keep fighting for what we deserve. The system's not changing, so we must be the first. From the hurt, start healing from the hurt. Time.
Protect yourself and others from COVID-19. Wash your hands all the time. Always cough and sneeze into your upper sleeve, shirt and tissue, and keep your social.
My brothers and sisters of the Pacific, and everyone watching from all over the world. Ali from the Republic of Palau is as connected as the Pacific, where we are bound by ties of culture, history, and friendship. As we fared, as dedicated to a joint response. With COVID, as with climate change, Pacific states are in this fight together. Our creativity, our courage has been pushing for big changes in travel, in tourism, in fishing, and in plastic use, and in energy production. In a strange way, COVID-19 has cleared paths to those objectives. If we manage this challenge the right way, we can build a stronger system than we had before. Let us define this new normal to bring us closer together to the challenges before us. To all of our brothers and sisters of the Pacific, Palau stands with you. Thank you very much. Kumansulang.
Talofa Bulavanaka, and Kiororana, the resilient and dynamic Pacific. To everyone watching from around the world. As the United Nations advocate for the Sustainable Development Goals, I believe that art, in all its expressions, is a powerful instrument for cultivating peace, for building bridges from where we are to where we want to be. Despite the physical distancing and sacrifices so many have made during the pandemic, this concert shows us how the Pacific's culture of togetherness, rooted in goodwill and community, makes us stronger. The Pacific Unite. We're supporting our neighbors, our communities, and our future generations. So when we look back on this difficult moment in history, we remember the unity, the innovative solutions, and the compassion that so many have shown to overcome our leaders have signed up for, are the roadmap to build back better. We can tackle climate change, address inequality, provide quality education and healthcare, close the gender gap to deliver a fair future for people, for the planet. Be well. Take care of each other. I stand with you, the Pacific, in solidarity. And I can't wait to visit you as we get through this together. Pa 18, Banaka, and Mahalo.
The day I met you, girl, I asked if you can be mine. You gave a smile and hold my hand and say I do. You touched my heart the way you danced when I met you. You make my heart beat, get to know you. I wish I could just kiss you now, like you're so tight. And Yeri akangira karito na uyak mo. Ano update mendo uyak mo. Nako yung may kontuante po. I try to make you fall in love tomorrow. I wish I could just kiss you now, like you're so tired under the beautiful moonlight. Try to make you fall in love tomorrow. No kare tiangnya ya mai toro yaki atai tira hamtam. I try to make you fall in love all day and get to know you. I wish I could just kiss you now, like you're so tired under the beautiful light. I try to make you fall in love with my heart. I try to make you like all day and get to know you. I wish I could just kiss you now, like you're so tired under the beautiful light. Madonna, the lambs are crying now. If I walk through the eye of a needle, would you be on the other? For the light is fading now. Other side, you hear me? My family keep trying to push me to be a person there.
In 8 Pacific countries,
Relations between people of the same sex are even still criminalized. And yet, the UAT and others are part of the Pacific's.
Does not determine the way I live my life. It is determined by the way I feel inside.
I had a very supportive much embraced it.
We're a couple, just like any other couple. We're a couple, just like any other couple. A little bit different, but that's okay. Yeah, we've been together like 13 years. 13 years.
In the last 10 years, 5 Pacific Island states have decriminalized same-sex based on sexual orientation or gender identity. These are important steps forward, but laws alone are not enough.
Rise with me and stand against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia.
Together we can build the Pacific that is free and equal.
Really enjoying the entertainment, and I was eating a chicken salad, especially those who are most vulnerable. So thank you to all our essential workers, and that's why we also do this concert just for you. But we're gonna go back, enjoy the rest of the concert, and I'll see you again at the end when I get my song ready. Yeah, just in some love.
Dance me, face like a poker, acting like I'm alright. I'd be hiding the fact that I wasn't satisfied. Deep down, knocking me over, wanting to start a fight. Suddenly I was like, what is up with my life? I remember the nights I sat down to pray for a time. Hey, with you by my side. Hey, with you by my side. Oh, with you by my side. Oh, I remember the nights I sat down to pray with you by my side. Oh, now every day is sweeter. Oh, yeah. You give me strength to get through the night. Yeah, I'll be around my side. Oh, with you by my side. Hey.
And brothers, for this first Pacific Unite togetherness and hope. Turned our world upside down. How life has changed since I visited Tonga, Tahiti, Fiji, and Tuvalu 1 year ago. Many Pacific islands have prevented the virus from arriving or stopped it before it takes hold. You should be proud of this achievement. To find a safe and effective vaccine, we must unite to keep ourselves and each other
and others safe means ensuring the distance, washing hands often, avoid crowded place. I've been to Nick, but it's a part of the world where people really look after one another.
The team was able to assess how the community is prepared and how are they going to respond to COVID-19. We're targeting every
In the Pacific, we don't question climate change, we deal with it.
And the opportunities to protect our future.
To damage the earth is to damage our future.
New forms of renewable energy can make money, jobs, and protect our planet.
We need to work together to save our planet and our future.
Let's save our planet to have more and better jobs.
Let's protect our planet now for the future.
Our job is to keep our blue planet clean. So let's put nature at the forefront of our future goals.
Protecting our planet starts with you.
Whakalotalahi atu, kia ora ana, malo lelei, malo ni, talofa lava, sina koutou katoa. The Pacific's success in minimizing the spread of COVID-19 has been a testament to the teamwork of the millions of people across our region. In particular, our essential workers and healthcare professionals have been the beating heart of our region's response. We are so grateful to them. But the battle is not over. There's still a risk of further COVID-19 outbreaks in the Pacific, and the global pandemic is continuing to impact the livelihoods of our communities, especially our most vulnerable. We have a lot of work to do. That is why today's event is so important. We in the Pacific have a proud tradition of navigating uncharted waters, so we have to do what it takes to do that again, together. A united Pacific is the key to tackling the challenges we currently face, as well as those that lie ahead, through partnership, collaboration and friendship, and through global cooperation and a strong multilateral system, our world will recover too. The creation will continue to advocate for equitable vaccine access so that everyone is protected, and support access for our Pacific neighbours. Pacific Unite is a testament to the uniqueness, beauty and strength of our region. Today's message is clear. He oka eke noa. We are all in this together, and we must continue to be united in the face of COVID-19.
Palau stands with the Pacific. Keep safe, one.
Kita pelawan, orang galela bun, orang galela bun, orang galela bun. Babu le orang awe brother me, engaga ukti belo la babul benti gede, emora okya, engaga ukti belo la babul benti gede, emora okya ni sayu, engabolang elpo jamra beldu. Balgola pisa la unity, raiga community, malaga doridi, nebula banguro leya. Balma buga bagi the look in Rubela, no pila de world, na bagora di,
I'm back to where I started from. There my dreams still breathe, and my heart is warm and free. Coming. Where familiar songs are playing and all your words I know. So tell everybody I'm coming home. We'll all gather around for a sing-along, and everyone knows the song.
It's so
I'm heading home. I've been away for far too long. I'm coming home where I belong. Tell everybody I'm coming home where I belong. I'm coming home where I belong. Tell everybody I'm coming home where I belong. I'm coming home where I belong.
Renato is using locally sourced nuts and flour to improve the health. Cyclone Harold left many children in danger of malnutrition. The health department contracted one small vat theaters with 20,000 high-energy biscuits that will quickly counteract the effect of malnutrition. So Renato has found a local solution that will work to improve children's health and not just at times of disaster.
Lands on my shoulder. I'm surprised to see her so close to me. I look up to the horizon. I see beyond the beauty of my routine. I hear the better spirit and it didn't come out perfect. But the sound of silently hurting. Listen to her as she light, and I know the young of the butterfly. But gonna come around, and the whole world will realize they need mine. I close my eyes and take a deep. Why are they all consumed by greed? What will it take to get them to give me? What would it take to get them to know? Climate change and global warming. My island will be sinking. One by one throughout all the seas. And they realize they are not just destroying me. We all speak different languages, but the language of Mother Nature is universal. We all must be responsible, even if we want to or not, because the hard truth is we have no choice. It's a race against time, and we have to do something right now, or you will finally defeat, finally regret the camera of the butterfly you fed. Why does it seem like no one is listening? Why are they all gone? Why are they angry? What will it take to get them to give me? What will it take to get them to believe? Climate change and global warming. Can they realize they are not just designing? Why does it seem like no one is listening? What will it take to get them to know? Climate change and global warming. What will it take to get them to know? Climate change and global warming. My island will be sinking. One by one throughout all the seas. Can they realize they are not just destroying me?
For Helen Philemon of Vanuatu, Joy Frank of Solomon Islands, and Verana Sese Samoa of Fiji, local markets give them the means to provide for their families.
But now, through a unique project from UN Women and its partners, markets are more than just a way to survive. Through the Markets for Change project, markets now provide Pacific women with the means for empowerment, supported by the Australian government, Government of Canada with UNDP as an implementing partner.
Alpha Nisambula, Kiara, Alpha Yatu, Namrabarimau. If the world fails to take urgent action to address the global climate emergency, there is no doubt the pandemic is having devastating humanitarian and economic consequences. Yet, we are among the most vulnerable to its effects. COVID-19 is a global health crisis, but at the same time, it is a tremendous opportunity to build back better. As we restart and rebuild, money spent on the recovery should promote a green transition and sustainable growth. This will be a transformative moment in history, one where we can ensure the planet is protected for future generations, but only if the necessary steps are taken. My commitment as Prime Minister of Tuvalu and Chair of the Pacific Islands and Resources, and to come together and find ways to address and eliminate this virus from the surface of Earth. Most importantly, I urge United Nations leaders to unite in solidarity to strengthen our commitment under the Paris Agreement to address the impact.
Let it go, head to toe, body roots up, life direct, listen up. Tired of riding all night, step back to what you do. The baby, with the body, the way pop on top, you go from the lights up, you got an accommodation. Stepping out for what you do, for the reason I beg you, the baby, that is big and get you, let go.
Kia ora everyone, and warm Pacific greetings to you from New Zealand. To all friends in the Pacific who've been working so hard at this very difficult time of the global pandemic to make sure our societies come through it. It's been a tough time for the Pacific. So many economies depend so much on tourism, and the visitors haven't been able to come. We all want to come back as soon as they can come through this, more inclusive, caring for each other, more resilient, better pandemic planning, more sustainable. Let's look for a climate.
Them be different, all got too much friend. So one you want them swollen, and one you want them with him. One the way you make them, one the way you face them. So lead by example and represent the truth. Represent the truth from the respect to you. We got to respect one another. Respect one another. Children come together, respecting one another. Respect you, so you respect me. We're roasting one another. We're roasting one another. What's up there?
bring my stuff in from future for the normal. Yes, children come together, respecting one another. Rousing one another.
Yahweh, hello in Marshallese. My name is Wyndham Tuttle. I am a deaf youth leader based in Medellin, Marshall Islands. And I don't think there's many office in the COVID has affected the deaf community in the Marshall Islands because most of us have to remain at home without having any access to information. How can the deaf community have access to the information and understand what is going on? We develop information, public safety, and information video created in sign language with native users and visual images to support the information. Then we distribute the video quickly and effectively through social media, YouTube, and Facebook. Through Unity, we can ensure equal access to treatment.
The impacts of the obesity. If even a corrective operator at this stage, low time of beginning, but also the development as the global.
Greetings to you all. Nisa Ambula have been affected by COVID-19, but we of our communities have been really impacted by COVID-19 and the global pandemic. Until we beat COVID-19 and hopefully nurse our economies back to normal, we need to act together to slow the spread of the virus and look after each other. We all of COVID-19. All of us have a responsibility to take the simple, practical steps, and I hope that you will do so too.
Witty, why? Yeah, tell them music traffic. People stand up. I used to find time. Take a walk in the ice. Just feel the breeze blow across the bay. I'm in a place where I first begun. I got the notion I needed to stay. Beautiful guidance and every slide.
City, I'm a west sider. Hear my tracks and a boy, hear my tracks fire. If you can go and get yours, I'm a damn
Island nation, we knew we would be particularly vulnerable if the virus took hold on our shores. Thankfully, quick action was taking place in other parts of the world, especially in terms of lives lost. But friends, now is not the time to become careless. Until there is an effective vaccine or treatment for COVID-19, we must stay alert and adapt to the new way of living. By following the health advice, each of us can help reduce the risk of spreading the virus, help our economies and societies cope, and help protect the most vulnerable. My commitment to all of you is that I will play my part by following the health advice and adapting to the new normal. I hope you will join me in making and keeping this commitment.
COVID-19, di na po naiwitin. Lagi ay may tutuan. Baiyake, yai merin, jao raki yoya. Oni mega, tutua madam, wim ki believe me bang. Oh man, pupu taki, me oh meta. May kukini na kurumina, payangan na kuraya rin araw dun. Antay ka na roko, ay kaya nagabiwa, ipakita dubuan sa COVID-19 yun na pera. Ikaw kititipo, baby, dito. Wapitika, mine.
It was not easy, but deep inside there is a collective of God. We were lucky to be working with the local midwives. In our shift, we have to work with a local because of the language barrier. Learn a lot of things from the local midwives too.
The Fiji midwife was really good. She treated me with respect and gentleness. She was with me throughout the whole process of labor and delivery, not just the end, but the whole time.
We have been very fortunate to, access and to get the assistance during the times of the outbreak. With the addition of 10 midwives, very experienced midwives, and it was fluent and behavior. It's quite
countries as well.
Maloelele, everyone. I am so happy and I feel so proud to be joining such talented artists, communities, leaders, and all of the young people out there in the Pacific here tonight. We're going through an extremely challenging time with COVID-19, but I believe that by working together, we'll be able to overcome the challenges that we're facing. Education, healthcare, that they feel protected, that they have running water. This is going to give them the best chance of protection against this disease. And it's going to help us build.
Look at me, I don't know why you will love. I was simple me, an ordinary typical gentleman. I can't guarantee that you'll give a thing for the type of man like me. Yes, I'm a simple man, an ordinary typical gentleman. I can't guarantee that you'll give a thing for the type of man like me. Yeah. Undopalopa wafavandia Muoele taimane Oila unolupla umbanamia Upa
To COVID-19. Our Pacific people have shown great strength in supporting each other during this really difficult time.
Remember, COVID-19 does not discriminate.
So let us ensure that our responses to the pandemic takes care of all of us.
Regardless of age, race, or ethnicity, culture, class, religion, language, sex, sexual orientation.
Or to us and this pandemic, we need no feel alone, feel alone. All the people in the island, living part of the new reality. Let us all rise above it, and we will leave no one behind. We leave no one behind. Feel no one behind. We leave no one behind.
As businesses struggle and families experience stress, but we also know the strength and the resilience of Pacific communities. In solidarity, men, women, boys and girls, we will see through this crisis together and we will build back better. This evening is an opportunity to celebrate all that the Blue Pacific has to offer the future. I hope you enjoy. Warm wishes.
women and men shaping the future. What better way to start than youth? As a young person, you could say nothing for us without us. We don't plan our future without us.
We're the generation that's no longer sitting back and doing nothing, but we are activists ourselves. We are not driving the agenda. When people are over 80, we are creating.
That, again, 70 to 80% of our people, there is this requirement that they need to do this in order to get the help that they will need. But in order to get that, they have to do all these other things, and it's not user-friendly for the people. And so we would like to see that being translated to where they are able to
things that they have an empowerment to use their voices, to use their skills, and whatever it is that they have been bestowed, to have things that they have an empowerment to use their voices, to use their skills, and whatever it is that they have to use.
So to have access to civic participation, freedom of movement.
We are going to achieve that world, then as young people, as the largest generation ever to inhabit this planet, not just in Papua New Guinea, but in the entire world, as global citizens, there are certain things that we can do as young people. We are going to achieve that world, then as young people, as the largest generation ever to inhabit this planet, not just in Papua New Guinea, but in the entire world, as global citizens, there are certain things that we can do as young people. This is young people's session. So put together, Harambe, we will get there.
COVID-19 is a whole new reality. At a time like this, we need to focus on being healthy and strong. So what we eat is more important than ever. Imported meat, we can make our diets more nutritious, put down the packages, and reach for the Roro. Remember, if you're strong and healthy, you're not just looking after yourself, you're looking after your community. We're all in this together, and we can get through this together.
Josh, coming at you from Vanuatu. Stay safe and listen to all official releases for your health updates. Cheers.
Staring at the stars, wondering where you are. Gonna hold you tight when you cry, and I'll sing you soft and sweet lullaby. I'm gonna love you till I die. Soft and sweet lullaby. Unborn child. Unborn child. I'll never let you fall. Raise you to stand tall. I'll always be here for you. Unborn child, I die, and I'm gonna hold you tight when you cry till I die, and I'm gonna hold you tight. Unborn child, unborn child. Unborn child. When you get older, look back and smile, 'cause Daddy loves you like no other.
Buvanaka, my name is Lambert Ho, an artist based here in Suva, Fiji. We are here with the youth of Cunningham community, one of over 2 is impacting families in many different ways, hitting the most vulnerable the hardest. Through artwork, we can help to remind people to continue with safety measures such as physical distancing and washing hands. The murals we paint are in strategic locations where they serve as a constant reminder that we must keep working together to keep Fijians.
I hope you enjoyed the show tonight and you are inspired by the performers and the speakers to do your part in the global fight against COVID-19. Through solidarity across the islands and with compassion for those who are suffering from the many different impacts of this disaster, we will beat this pandemic and rise up stronger and more resilient and inclusive in the Pacific. Kalangan Kamaka, to all the frontline workers across the Pacific, for all you do to keep us safe and well every day. And thank you to every one of you for joining us Unite Saving Lives Together concert. Good night, good day, Ayubovan, wherever you are, be healthy and keep each other safe.
Wow, there you have it, all my beautiful people of the Pacific. We're coming near the end of our Pacific Unite concert, but I just want to remind you, just with all of us, very important, we stay connected. Look out for our families.
We've got to think
The future's in our hands, we must protect it. Rise up, stand up, and unite.
Around the world, we're closing borders. COVID-19 on the rise. A new world order behind closed doors. The storm of past will survive. I'll rise again. We will rise again. Our world will rise again. Our world will rise again. We will rise again.
adoo gabar maa soo xirxiraadidaa markaasaan dhaha haa waan soo xirxiraa maxaa waan baranayaa
Y solo hay tres palabras, que pueden frenar los impactos que ya estamos sufriendo. Urgencia, ambición y...
¿Cuáles son tus sueños cuando todo lo que conoces desaparece? Comenzaron. Empezó. Son las cosas simples las que ayudan a soñar de nuevo.
It's normal to feel distressed when you're told that your child has a disability, but here's some useful advice to help your child to reach their full potential. Hi, I'm Professor Maureen Sams-Vaughan, and this is my mini parenting masterclass on children's work, in their personality, or in their motor skills. Every child has a strength. It's more important for us to focus on what children can do, their abilities, rather than their disabilities. We can use children's abilities to assist the areas that they have most challenges with. Some children with disabilities will be able to speak with you. Occurs with children with disabilities who can't speak. They tell you what they like by smiling or laughing, and they tell you what they don't like by crying or making an upset face. As you're doing your housework, involve and include your child in it. Move your child into the room in which you are working. Tell them what you're doing. You're washing the dishes. You're dipping the dishes in the water. Tell them exactly what you're doing. All of that will stimulate them. You can also stimulate them by directly playing with them, by making little toys in the home, putting stones in a bottle and shaking it, by waving ribbons in front of their eyes. Different colors do with just things around your house. Children's nutrition and children's brain development. Many children with disabilities are actually able to breastfeed, but only a few who would not be able to breastfeed, and those who can't can be fed expressed breast milk, because breast milk is really the best. The early years of every child, whether they have a disability or not, are critical because when we stimulate the brain during these early years, we're ensuring that the brain potential, we're making sure that children have the best development that they can have. And this happens for children without disabilities. Children with disabilities enjoy being played with just like any other child. They enjoy you. reading to them, showing them pictures, tickling them, hugging them, cuddling them. They respond to you with laughter and smiling if they don't like something because you know them best. Them because they talk to them a lot and they play with them. They're different that your child has a disability. Go to your nearest health provider and let them know your concerns. Some concerns may turn out not to be a problem at all, but some may. And your child may be identified as having a disability. It's just as important to provide children with disabilities with a loving environment. Children who are shown warmth and love grow up to be loving, warm persons. A child with a disability who is shown warmth and love will
the world. The site by the East River between 42nd Street and 48th Street was previously occupied by slaughterhouses and surrounded by continuous foul to be demolished to make way for the headquarters of the organization, a team of 11 headquarters of the United Nations. National peace and security. Seated around the horseshoe-shaped table, 15 members of the council meet almost on a daily basis to discuss conflict situations around the world. The chamber was gifted by the Norwegian government and designed by the Norwegian architect Arnstein Arnberg. The blue and gold silk wall cover the growing wheat of hope and the heart of charity. The mural was designed by the Norwegian artist.
The role of this council was to promote self-determination of non-self-governing territories, provision of this council. The last of those territories, Palau, gained independence in 1994 for a variety of conferences. The Trusteeship Council chamber was designed by a Danish architect and furniture designer, Finio. After the sculptor Henrike Starke.
For fundamental human rights and freedoms for all, without distinction as to sex, race, religion, or language. On the occasion of the First Lady Nancy Reagan, on behalf of the United States in mosaic works, and contains more than 22,000 glass tiles. The mosaic, based on Norman Rockwell's painting The Golden Rule, shows do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Rockwell wanted to illustrate how Golden Rule was a common theme of all major religions of the world, and depicted the people of every race, creed, and color with dignity and respect.
After the creation of a universal standard for human rights, which previously was considered a domestic concern, in memory of Eleanor Roosevelt. The granite bench is facing like a candle that covers the darkness, and her glow has warmed the world.
We look forward to welcoming you.
Welcome to Global 3000. This week we take a closer look at the ongoing helping his community adjust to the effects of climate change. And Iraq may be one of the world's top oil producers, but widespread all the warnings from experts, greenhouse gas emissions rose to many nations are reducing their reliance on coal. The Global Coal Plant Tracker platform says that more than 1,000 new coal-fired power stations are under construction or in planning, and that would encourage a shift to greener renewable energies, like in Sweden, for example.
It's said that Sweden's soul resides in Dalarna. Once the country's industrial heartland, it helps supply Europe with copper, and the red paint that covers so many of Sweden's houses comes from the county's capital, Falun. Now Dalarna's forest. It might sound like a contradiction, but he says cutting down trees on an industrial scale is good.
It's good for the environment. And if we stop using fossil fuel...
The math is simple. More trees are grown in Sweden than are cut down, and that helps the forests capture and store more and more CO2 from the atmosphere. What remains after the timber is processed is collected, and then the heavy machinery gets to work. The resulting biomass is used to warm Stockholm's homes. Trains and ships transport more than 1,000 tons of wood, generates both heat.
We're a cold country and need heat. Local councils massively expanded long-distance heating in the city, used biomass.
A new pilot facility is currently under construction that will filter CO2 out. He's normally driving on electricity.
This car has a capacity of 10 kilowatt hours. When I fully charge the battery, it costs about 10 crowns. That's enough for 50 kilometers. With gas,
Falun have been producing CO2 neutral power for over 100 years. But nuclear power plants like the one at Forsmark, north of Stockholm, still generate just as much energy. Since Sweden, the company has teamed up with the largest sawmill operator. Using a process called pyrolysis, they generate oil by heating sawdust.
We process wood.
Only enough moisture in the sand for the butterflies, even though the rainy season just ended. Abdoulaye Coulibaly is the mayor of Fana, a town in southern Mali.
It wasn't as dry 10 years ago. Now we can't plant rice anymore. If we don't stop chopping down trees, we soon won't have any rain at all.
A few months ago, Mayor Coulibaly got a phone call from the capital Bamako. It was an invitation to take part in a seminar on climate change. One happy to accept.
I've been opposed to the destruction of our forests for a long time. But thanks to the workshop, I know more about the consequences of deforestation. It inspired me to do more to protect nature and the environment.
1,000 residents are poor and subsist on what the land gives them. An important lifeline for rain has become scarce. Many local farmers have begun selling charcoal. Mali's dependence on wood and charcoal for fuel is a major contributor to deforestation.
Eucalyptus trees that I sell for lumber.
His conservationism is taking root in Fana ever since the mayor launched his environmental campaign.
In the fight against climate change,
Bali learned about new drought-resistant seeds. He knows that people will move away if they don't have enough to eat.
We realized that many people in the area were selling their farm.
Keep raising awareness in Fana of the need to fight climate change.
I hope more people.
Central government. There's no support for children or for education. Parents have built their own school
made of mud and straw, the cheapest materials of the school's principal. For years, he's been fighting in vain to secure government funding for a new building, as well as for chairs, desks, and teaching materials. Ayub and his classmates are still being taught in this makeshift building. It's too hot in the summer and cold and damp in the winter.
The floor gets so muddy that we can't walk around. There are strong winds, and the roof is leaky.
It's the country's children who lose out the most. Ayub is just 12, but he says that if the country's oil wealth were invested properly, many of the country's problems could be addressed.
We have to protect our
running water like most families in the region. Even if they did, clean water is in short supply. The nearest major water treatment facility is currently under construction in Nasiriyah. Ali Hussein is taking a look at the site. Once it's finished, the facility could supply clean water to 350,000 people in the region, people like Ayub and his family. But the project has been hobbled by lack of funds.
But there were various delays. The builder had its contract withdrawn. There's always some new obstacle. Then we brought in a new
Adobe is a traditional building material in southern Iraq, but
this is a very good school. All of my friends are here and the teachers are great. Especially Mr. Shlon and Mr.
10 school. When their break is over, they all run back to the classroom to keep learning.
100,000 Catholic press the church could ease the problem by altering the eligibility requirements.
Milton Cardozo is a devout Catholic, but at the moment, he's not altogether happy with his church. He's critical of the celibacy requirement.
Every man needs a partner. Pastors in the Protestant church have them, so Catholic priests should be allowed to have a wife too.
Milton's church, Sao Jose, has largely been abandoned. The paint has faded and moisture has seeped into the walls. Today, children play in the church that lies deep in the Amazon rainforest. The priest in charge can only make rare visits. Mass is held.
This is a major issue in the church right now, and I see it as a blessing.
During the boat ride takes a long time, and the church struggles to find young people willing to be celibate. In the village of Sao Francisco, Father Edgilberto is greeted by 200 young Catholics. He'll be holding an outdoor mass here on the muros de proteção. Back in San Francisco, an evening ceremony is underway. It's mainly young women who are playing leading roles, and they're asking for a greater say in the church.
That's why I think women should be permitted to give communion.
Most members of Milton's congregation support the end of celibacy in the priesthood. Then Mass could be held every Sunday, and not just once every 3 months. If married men could lead services, Milton would also be willing.
That's what we want to.
A historic shift in the Catholic Church may be underway, inspired in part by the Amazon region.
That's all from us at Global 3000 this week. As you know, we love hearing from you. Write to us at global3000@dw.com.
Welcome to the UNICEF Global Supply Hub, home to the largest humanitarian warehouse in the world. We support children and their families around the globe as we procure cutting-edge technology. The warehouse is almost fully automated and stores around 800 kits, such as School in a Box, Interagency Emergency Health, Menstrual Hygiene. The Global Supply Hub is at the core of the global humanitarian supply chain. At any point, UNICEF supply hubs have enough emergency supplies to meet the percent of what UNICEF delivers around the globe comes through the UNICEF supply hubs. Most deliveries are shipped directly from suppliers to the destination country, while others come from local warehouses managed by UNICEF regional and country offices. Bulk deliveries are mainly transported by sea, except for vaccines and most emergency shipments, which are sent by air. Vaccines and conveyors and a monorail, all automated. The goods arrive with barcodes and are scanned into the system with handheld scanners. The computer records exactly what is on a pallet for the duration of its time in the warehouse. For instance, number, expiry date, and more information. The system delivers the pallet into the high bay storage area. Every delivery is quality controlled to make sure it is exactly what we ordered, at the specifications and quality needed. Our dispatch of goods follows the same principles, with barcodes that are tracked until delivery. The kit packing lines are staffed by highly trained and have two main packing lines where goods are packed in cartons. A range of tools make the warehouse staff's work easier and more efficient, including vacuum lifts, palletizer robots, and a shrink wrapper. The monorail is at the backbone of the operation, moving pallets in and out of storage and on and off the entire system in a T-shaped loop. Directed by a computer, the monorail picks up a certain pallet and delivers it to another location in the warehouse. This is the fully automated high bay storage area, which is 24 meters high, 60 meters wide, and 150 meters long. It has more space than the largest French cathedral and is 3 times as large as the Royal Albert Hall in London. The high bay can store up to 36,000 pallets of supplies and is serviced by 8 robots.
I always dream about working for children and mothers. That's where my passion is. I contribute in UNICEF mandate to ensure safety and uninterrupted access to education for all children.
Volunteer is a person who utilizes his or her time and professional experiences for positive change in society with limited personal benefits. This opportunity greatly enhanced my capacity. It provided opportunity to enhance my capacity on organizational knowledge management by involving in various trainings and engaging with different experts and professionals.
School is the most important thing for them, and they're learning English, mathematics. A lot of them want to be doctors, some want to be teachers, but they care about their studies, they're reading their books, and they really want to build a nation. So Sudan has a wonderful group of assets. It's these young children reading their books, and they really want to build a nation. So Sudan has a wonderful group of assets. It's these young children.
أود أن أرحب بالمدير التنفيذي لليونيسف لمعاهدة حماية الأطفال.
You were one of the first governments in the world in 1990 to sign the pledge for the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Thank you.
هذا هو مستقبلنا. لذلك نحن حريصين على هذا المستقبل. أنتم مستقبل السودان. تأكدوا تماما حكومة الفترة الانتقالية ستعمل بكل جهد وإخلاص وجد من أجل أن تنعموا بمستقبل زاهر وواعد لبناء هذا الوطن الجميل. نعمل معا. نتمنى أن يصير ديمقراطي يحترم التعدد والتنوع ونعيش فيه كلنا مع بعض بسلام وأمان.
What are your names? Maria. Wonderful. It's great to meet you. Oh, this looks like it comes out of Darfur, doesn't it? This is beautiful, beautiful colors.
مرة أخرى نشكر اليونيسيف على هذا الدعم المتصل عبر سنين. ألف شكر. شكرا جزيلا.
Education is a right to be fought for. If I can live a comfortable life through my intelligence and education, that's more important than being able to just physically walk.
That's from the maternity.
I started noticing people's different treatment, instances of discrimination, and why does she look so different? Why is she so scary? A musical enthusiast and millennial, just as everybody else. But overall, I'm fighting for so I education. So that's a typical event that I got that level of English speaking skills. We did face recent alternatives and only differences from the old side. That was a good person with that type of disability to sit the exam. If you have to drive to accomplish something, there's nothing impossible. I would have turned the world upside down just to sit that type of exam.
In Rwanda, heavy rainfall can devastate entire villages and farmland. Farmers are taking measures to protect themselves from flooding. Traditionally, life was lived in tribes or extended families. That made things like gathering food, looking after one another, and surviving both easier and more likely. But over time, we became increasingly self. People are often left to fend loneliness. Millions of men and women cut off from society, devoid of a sense of belonging.
All the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they all belong?
One Europe study revealed that around 30 million Europeans regularly feel lonely. That's 7% of the overall population. In Japan, too, many people live in
Tokyo, a vibrant megacity home to 15 million people. But some Tokyo residents find it a challenging place to live. They say sometimes for decades. Ogataki is one of these modern-day hermits. He hardly ever
I was learning French at the time. The teacher would always ask us what we'd done that week. I didn't have a job, so I never had anything to say. I couldn't have a conversation, so I retreated.
In Japan as a hikikomori, which basically means pulling inward, being confined. They spend their days cooped up in their homes on the internet, playing video games. They can't cope with the pressures of the outside world.
I've been looking at the same view for 35 years. I see everything as though it were shrouded in grey.
Home to over 1 million hikikomori, possibly even more. It's hard to compile exact font. Without outside help, it's hard for these people to for these social recluses. It's called hiramari, which translates as a place in the sun.
We need to help them build confidence. The aim is to find them jobs. But there are many small steps that have to be taken before we get to that point. We go for walks outside with them. We encourage them to speak to their parents and develop a daily routine.
2 people died when a hikikomori attacked a group of school children in Kawasaki. Days later, a government official stabbed to death his reclusive son. Most hikikomori are men. Goto and her team see themselves as their big sisters. Kensuke and Daisuke don't want to be recognized. The fact rooms to attend on a recent assignment there, our reporter Vibke Feuersänger trudged through a fair share of mud. She met with people in northern Rwanda who are taking measures. The farmers of the Kotimu cooperative things underwater. The harvest is lost. The only road through the valley is also flooded. Every
fund came to see us. Then other people came to prepare the construction work and get an idea of the terrain. Once they were finished with their work, we were finally able to plant up the whole of the valley with crops. They dug drainage ditches everywhere. After they left, we realized the problem still wasn't solved. The water just came back.
The Adaptation Fund is a United Nations initiative that aims to help developing countries cope with climate change. Rwanda has a high percentage of fertile volcanic soil. That means even the high mountain slopes can be used for arable farming. The problem is, heavy rain washes the soil down into the valley. The solution is to build terraces into the slope.
Terraces, the soil on the slopes just used to get washed into the valley. There was no point in using manure or fertilizer. But now, whatever we use stays where it's meant to be. So the crops on the terraces are growing faster, and we have better harvests.
Now all the mountain villages here have built terraces. It's a time-consuming process. The steps in the slope need to be at least 5 meters deep. Once complete, the ground then needs to rest for 3 months. Sometimes there are unexpected obstacles. Farmers have stumbled across unmarked graves left from the genocide in 1994, which killed around 1 million people.
So we didn't dig any further.
Local families are each given a plot of land. Is one of them.
I've planted potatoes at a good price.
The prof now has a few chickens too. Just 1 year ago, things were very different.
In order to get a house in Kabiyaza, you first had to prove that you were a victim of the floods. We lost everything in a single night. But in one
building, his piece of farmland is needed, and jobs are in short supply. Side of the farming sector, crafts opened recently. Here, a small group of women are running their own tailoring business. They make everything from festive gowns to more everyday items, with bags and sewing.
The work here is seasonal too, but I earn well, between 25 and 30,000 Rwandan francs a week. You can live well on that.
We make our way back to the Kotimu Farmers Cooperative. Anyone capable of holding a shovel is out in the fields doing their bit. Everyone is hoping that if they can move enough mud out of the way, the water will drain off. The women dig out the big stones. They then carry them. In this way, they're building dams, designed to filter the water and prevent further mudslides. And finally, there's relief all round as the water starts.
It makes me happy. Because it means we've got control of the floods, for now at least. We don't know how long it will last.
But it's too late to save the harvest. What the farmers really need is a more permanent solution. They're hoping and praying for change.
The English city of Oxford is best known for its elite university. It's one of the oldest in the world and has just under 24,000 students. A mere 2 kilometers away is the other Oxford, this residential neighbourhood.
And they get far ahead of them in no time at all. That allows them to set up the tents in advance and have them ready before the group arrives. The temperatures up here are close to freezing, but that doesn't seem to bother the porters. Great. Porters are introduced. The mountain guide explains that they're now consciously hiring more women to promote greater equality. Here, Marlene earns 90 euros a week, which is not a bad wage for the Peruvian Andes. In the morning, it's -3 degrees Celsius. The next part will be the most difficult leg of the hike, ascending to the pass at 4,650 meters.
This mountain path is just wonderful. It's a chance for me to see more of my country. I never had the opportunity to do this before. Only now as a porter.
Our mothers weren't even allowed to go to school. They had to stay at home, wash the clothes and do the cooking, while the men were free to go to school.
Iran, the visitors are pregnant. The Incas hid their holiest site from the Spanish conquistadors for centuries. Now thousands of tourists pour through the ruins every day. Each group only gets a limited amount of time.
Repression and discrimination are part of life for many women around the world. On our new Facebook channel, DW Women, you'll find stories about those taking a step, inspiring others to do the same. DW Women gives a voice to the women of our world.
I think we can change cultures. We can change. Are more than capable of bringing solutions that are actually going to help us end up here.
Funding, or as we last responder. This funding allows us to be there for children before, during, and after emergencies. It also enables UNICEF to pioneer in communities as they build stronger systems for the future. Systems that support health, all of the ingredients that children need to grow and develop. As governments look to development goals in a post-COVID world, they will need UNICEF's support to rebuild these systems, which also means that they'll need flexible Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, United Kingdom, and the United States, and our private sector donors through our national committees for UNICEF Child. Water, sanitation, and hygiene services around the world, especially for the poorest communities, for girls, and for fragile communities and countries enduring conflict. 2 out of 3 people, 1 billion people total, lack basic hand washing facilities with soap and water at home. Around half are children. We must take action to accelerate these services for all people, no matter where they live, not only to address the pandemic, but to ensure that every community can access the life-saving benefits these basic services provide. UNICEF
on the map. We started the pirate ship. We go into the jungle. half an island can have these stones and stuff. My dad also puts 2 sweeties for each of us. My mama and my papa also read a lot of books for us. A lot of books. I don't like lockdown because I don't get to see my friends. I don't get to go to school. I don't get to go anywhere that I Greetings, viewers. We've been dealing with this virus for some time now. We've washed our hands like crazy. We stopped playing with our burgers. We kept 2 meters apart, or as I like to think of it, 0.97 revolves. But sometimes they'll just as mask. Other people don't wear masks. It can be pretty confusing. To explain things, we caught up with Surely You Wear a Mask, President and CEO of a local mask-making emporium.
Well, the important thing to realize about a mask is that it's not just for protecting yourself.
Right, that
Other people from your yucky germs too.
who are you calling yucky? I'm the perfect picture of health.
I'm sure you are. But the problem is that some people might have coronavirus and not even know it. Please, or even talk too loud.
I talk too loud all the time.
Don't worry, because the mask is subject to sing the same classic rock song. Now it's important to note that there are other situations where you should probably wear a mask.
Let's play mask on or mask off. Here's our first scenario. Walking in a field, unless that field is at Woodstock, you'll probably find with your mask off.
Grocery shopping at George's Deli with George, George's wife's uncle, and little Mrs. Pendergrass from across the street. Mask on.
Walking the dog, mask off is fine. Take one with you just in case.
Riding a crowded bus. Mask on.
Parasailing, mask off.
Book club meeting. Mask on.
You can. Oh.
And make sure it's actually covering your nose and mouth.
And while the world is rightly focused on addressing the public health emergency of COVID-19, climate and environmental change are an even greater long-term threat to children's rights. And that's why we need governments to resist the temptation to deprioritize investment in the future as they respond to COVID-19. We must do the opposite. We need to take this opportunity to build back better and greener. And
c'est juste parfait. C'est pas la première fois que je vois ça, mais à chaque fois, ça me donne un sentiment nouveau. On se rend compte.
Le delta du fleuve Sénégal est une région vraiment essentielle pour beaucoup d'espèces. C'est un site exceptionnel tant au niveau de sa diversité en nombre d'espèces, mais surtout aussi ce qui est le plus impressionnant, c'est l'arrivée en d'autres lieux. Donc nous nous devons quand même de protéger donc, le site qui traverse. Ici au Parc national des eaux terrielles, de l'appui financier et surtout de l'appui en renforcement de capacité.
Beaucoup de travail, oui, mais j'adore. Parce que j'apprends de jour en jour et c'est ça mon objectif, apprendre le plus possible et C'est juste magnifique.
L'importance de pouvoir faire des exercices de dénombrement annuels, en tout cas réguliers et précis, c'est essentiellement pour pouvoir suivre la ressource. On a besoin de connaître l'évolution des espèces, l'évolution de leurs effectifs, en vue de prendre les bonnes décisions de gestion.
Une zone stratégique de développement, qui est un poumon vert pour le Sénégal, qui est vraiment une zone qui va, dans l'avenir, accueillir beaucoup de touristes stratégiques de développement, qui est un poumon vert pour le Sénégal, qui est vraiment une zone qui va, dans l'avenir, accueillir beaucoup de touristes.
Il faut vivre en collaboration avec la nature. Vivre, c'est bien, mais il faut avoir en tête la conservation, parce que nous ne serons pas les seuls à vivre ici. Il faut prendre en compte aussi les générations.
Teachers in Kamayula, and now these teachers are running this program in their schools. I have been trained in various psychotherapies, specifically in trauma management. So when I came here, I designed a whole taboo issues. People don't want to talk about it. I train number of teachers.
Watoto mingi wanazalika mwa wakati wa vita wanapigwa na ishi ya traumatism. Walituambiaka tunaanza kuona kama pamoja baina wanabadili.
They are running the program in their school. They are picking the children with psychological problems and providing them the basic services. And if they're serious cases, they are to understand their culture so that we can provide them the psychological services according to them. We peacekeeper themselves, we are away from our homes and we are here, we are in.
Dia 2017 ma আসছে বেলে এতে বেশি ডল লাগি আর এখানে কম লাগে দেখা বেশি ডল এই আমার বছরে যে হাম করা করে বাংলা হাম করা করে এই দিন করা করে মিলে মিলা দিন করা করে Turgora, nanti gora, kan, elong orang mau beli, kan turgora, dia kamu deh elong mau beli napa? Dia dah digoreng dia goreng ada adol lagi. Buat lain, jurulat important lagi. Uno kan makanya merokan artificial and below the piece. The piece is run after.
এটা তো আমাদের নাই গরমা যাই তারে প্র্যাকটিক্যালি চাই স্কুলে তো পড়ায় ঘরে তো আমি পড়াই বন্ধুরে তো বেশি খুশি লাগে ওই নাচিব নাচ গান দিব নাতি অডোয়া খেলো না নামাজ ফনা ভরা দে ই নাইরা আদা দে রে দা হারিও দে মাকা হলো গো মানা মাশাআল্লাহ
তো বাচ্চা আছে যাবে না আর ইচ্ছে আর বাচ্চার লেখাপড়া করাইম আর বাচ্চা তোমার শিক্ষিত বলা আছে আমরা হারারে ভালো শিক্ষা হচ্ছে না স্কুলে তো যায় না আদর করে না পড়াতে আর ভালো শিক্ষা
এলাম হদিবে এডুকেশন হদিবে
If I have to go also decay, I must wear the mask. That is the road nowadays locked down because of coronavirus. If some people are gathered, they must wear the mask to escape from coronavirus. Before COVID-19, we can sit in the chair of so many people together. but now it can't because of COVID-19.
My day with a healthy breakfast, always with some fruits and juice. And to go with that, I have some toast or cereal or waffles. Oh, it's time for my online classes. Follow me. My online classes are beginning soon. We do math, ELA, science, and social. I do my work online.
Which we shouldn't do. Everybody can help fight COVID-19 by doing what we need to do. It's the time to sing it out.
In our work to build an organization in which every person feels safe, welcome. We're stronger because of our diversity, because of our differences. As our organization continues staying and delivering through the global pandemic, let's recommit, all of us, to making the truly diverse and global organization we all love even stronger in the years ahead.
This is an oxygen concentrator. An oxygen concentrator takes oxygen for delivering oxygen therapy. Oxygen therapy is important for treating respiratory illnesses such as pneumonia or COVID-19, for supporting patients that are having difficulty breathing. In order to deliver therapy, you need an oxygen delivery device such as this nasal cannula to connect the patient to the oxygen source. A nasal cannula is a simple tube that ends in nasal prongs that are inserted into the nostrils and deliver the flow of oxygen to the patient. When these supplies are delivered to countries,
Hello, I'm Yuki Emoku, UNICEF representative to communities in Lebanon. From here, we are delivering supplies like soaps and bleach to help the vulnerable communities and the families who are learning from home and coping with these difficult times. We want to make sure basic services and the social assistance are reaching all children for their well-being and protection. UNICEF is putting every effort to fight against coronavirus. Thank you. Thank you for all your efforts. This is the time ever we all need to be united, all of us, together, so that our children are protected.
Or like the young people I've met in my travels, living in some of the harshest environments imaginable, like the inspiring students at the Umbata Girls' School in Kaduli, South Sudan, shaping their minds for more, something that other generations did during COVID-19. You know what it has taken away, but you also know what it has given to you. It's given you strength. It's shown that by working together. The pandemic has also proven that you can use technology to break down distances, to learn, to support one another, to raise your voices on issues that matter to you. Finally, COVID-19 has reminded us that the world, as one world, we can make a difference. That's why UNICEF is working with governments and organizations to fight COVID and help communities build back better. But even there is all of your friends at UNICEF. Congratulations.
the warning shot? According to the UN Environment Chief, the better. Let's get some answers from climate scientist Kate Noble. Hi, Kate.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so delighted to be here.
The impact of the coronavirus pandemic is both immediate and dreadful. But as we know, there is another, even deeper emergency, the planet's unfolding environmental crisis. What parallels do you see between the two?
I think it's important to begin by stressing that the COVID crisis, the pandemic, was not directly caused by climate change, but there are parallels. Both of these are issues that fundamentally are going to require not just the best science that we have, but action in response to the best science that we have. Our fate is interlinked with the fate of everything on the planet. So biodiversity loss, ocean acidification, rising temperatures, more severe and more frequent extreme events like downpours or droughts. These are things that we're not going to be able to isolate our way out of. Both of these crises hit marginalized communities the hardest, and they tend to exacerbate the inequalities that already exist in society.
The claim that children are relatively unaffected by COVID is misleading, isn't it?
Giving children the most. We know that children who don't have access to technology, children who don't have access to a stable home learning environment are really disadvantaged by the closure of schools. We know that children of parents who have lost their jobs, children of parents who are struggling to pay their rent, are our power that's going to come up with those solutions and be able to implement them. That's our children. And if we don't stress education right now, if we don't give the children the tools that they're going to need to confront the changing climate, we're in really big trouble.
The climate crisis is intimidating. For many, it's difficult to take in the urgency as we battle a global health emergency. What can we do? What are the daily habits we should reconsider? The small steps we can take?
One of the most powerful things that we can do about climate change is to actually make sure that this is an issue that we're all aware of, that's coming up in conversations, that's an issue on the political agenda. There are ways that we can have these dialogues. There are changes that we can make in our daily lives, walking or riding, opposed to driving, eating less meat. But those individual changes are important only insofar as they add up to really, really concerted collective action. So we need to act individually, we need to talk about it, and then we need to act collectively. I am a scientist. I know exactly what is causing the planet to heat up. It's our emissions really drastically cut them. For me, the most important thing is not hope. It's courage. It's determination. Everything is going to change, whether we like it or not. And I think we have a choice. We can shape that change and we can make it into something that we want to see, or we can throw up our hands and let the change happen around us. And I know which one I want to choose.
And what choice are you going to make? What do you want your government to do differently? What changes are you planning to make in your everyday life to protect the environment?
We've washed our hands like crazy. We stopped playing with our burgers. We kept 2 meters apart, or as I like to think of it, 0.97 sometimes the justice room, a bunch of horizontal robots. And that's why we need masks. Some people wear a mask, other people don't wear a mask. It can be pretty confusing. To explain things, we caught up with Surely You Wear a Mask, President and CEO of a local mask-making employee of health.
I'm sure you are. But the problem is that some people might have coronavirus and not even know it.
Like Hawaii had a force and didn't know it?
Kind of. Coronavirus spreads so you put out there when it can reach other people.
To demonstrate, we set up this super scientific Here's our first scenario. Ball game in a field, unless that field is at Woodstock.
You're George's Deli with George's wife, George's wife's uncle, and little Mrs. Pendergast from across the street. Mask on. Walking the dog. Mask on. Meeting. Mask on. You get the idea. If you can't keep 0.97 legrons away from people, especially old people, put on a mask. If you don't have a mask, use a scarf. Or a banana. A bandana. Oh.
Accessibility, and it is great because it is done by refugees themselves and young refugees as well. The idea was that it's not just an individual, it just makes sense. It's a win-win. We got a great candidate who went through the same process. Other candidates go through very high technical ability, good communications to expect, and it just adds that diversity to the team.
Having a refugee come and join our team, it does really help with the global perspective. So the
واحد لا أشتري أحب ألعب مع البنات وين yang putih merah apa? Kerja punya tariga dari mungkin dari bawah bawah. Ayo di mana nak yang kerja punya di bawah. Tahu mana juga, kita bawah bawah itu banding. Kau siapa bawah tadi? मेरा नाम ममता परी हो मैं 12 वर्ष में सती भाई बुआ मलाई पढ्न किनभने भविष्यमा के गरेर सक्छु भनेर पढ्न मन लाग्छ